There is no other Mesoamerican culture that spends so much time and energy and labor in building homes for the people. And they indicate a real attempt at organizing the population on some both political and cosmic level. No other city in Mesoamerica ever went to so much trouble with its population.
For 700 years, those who called these rooms home were united in a common purpose to make their utopian dream a reality.
Got some wedding cake today.
In that effort, they were bonded by their religious beliefs.
The marijuana flavored wedding cake.
And we know this not only from the
Then yet again working on mushroom chest.
Religious activity is
all the pawns finished.
Everybody at every level.
Working on the giraffe too.
Teotihuacanos erected their earthly paradise to ward off the wrath of their god. But to remain in their favor, they had to provide still more, even offering themselves as food for the gods. When we return, a gleaming utopia becomes a terrifying river of human blood.
Human blood. Terrifying river of human blood.
1,500 years ago, the utopian metropolis of Teotihuacan passed in glory.
How y'all doing today? Hi, Paul.
People who walked these streets embraced a life in which the common good was paramount. Harmony and tranquility reigned. Teotihuacan also had a dark and sinister dimension.
I got so many colors I can't find the one I was looking for. How you doing, Kat? Hi, Pollyanna.
1983, archaeologists made a chilling discovery in a majestic structure known as the Pyramid of the Feathered Serpent. What they found would redefine our perception.
Fix and put some eyeballs on this here giraffe. Give me a second. I gotta go over to my giraffe page.
Carefully arranged in a mass grave, the crumbling remains of more than 200 men and women, victims of an orchestrated ritual of human sacrifice.
Why are you so low?
Hang on a second. You realize nearly all of them had their hands tied behind their backs like this. If you take a close look, you realize their ankles are also suspiciously close together. So it's pretty clear they were bound hand and foot and didn't necessarily go willingly to death.
This disturbing discovery challenged the very notion that Teotihuacan was a benevolent society, or that its people were devoted solely to peaceful pursuits. Is it possible that human sacrifice was part of the city's lifestyle?
Do this instead.
The answer to this intriguing riddle may be found in the powerful religious beliefs of the people of ancient Mesoamerica. Their attitude toward death becomes clearer when we understand how they perceive the nature of life. Unlike other religions in which life is looked upon as a gift from a supreme being, they believed that life was theirs simply because they forcefully took it from the god.
Literally on stone with fun. They believe that our bones and bones on the top of stone. Basically, we picked it out of the back. That's why we came around. But we're going back. And the trick is to keep life on and on. And so the gods feel are not necessarily on our side. To survive this, we have to find ways to have them on basic needs.
For the Teotihuacan, most effective method of appeasing their gods may have been to return to them a measure of the human life that was originally taken from them. For the death of a select few humans may have ensured life for the rest of the people. But did those who were sacrificed willingly surrender their lives? Was this grisly destiny the accepted price for living in an otherwise benevolent society? Some scholars believe the leaders of Teotihuacan did not exact this ultimate price from their own citizens, but from outsiders. In religious crusades, Teotihuacano warriors would venture out in search of sacrificial victims in neighboring populations. Seeking divine guidance, they would look to the heavens, regulate their crusades according to the movement of the stars.
We believe that there was a practice of sacred warfare and ritual sacrifice based on the motions of the planet Venus. We jokingly call this Star Wars. And we can imagine that their astronomer priests waited watching the dawn sky to see if the planet would appear that day. We think that perhaps if they saw it, that they announced that it was time to conduct a certain type of battle or raid, the purpose of which was to capture.
Teotihuacanos recorded ritual slayings in colorful murals, but the scenes never depict the actual sacrifice, only its aftermath. Scholars are mystified as to why.
Instead of seeing people having their hearts removed or scenes of conquest, we simply see people holding up curved blades of obsidian, hearts on the end of it. For a while, people thought that this meant they were simply harvesting a raw cactus, but instead it's suggesting that they would dispatch the victims easily as dispatching or harvesting a fruit. They don't really care about your background. They don't care about your personality. They don't care if you're having a bad hair day. Basically, when you're captured by them, you're food for the gods.
Well,
Is it
that
possible
doesn't sound like no good
sacrificial
thing.
victims in the pyramid of the feathered serpent
I don't want to be no
may
food
not
for
have
no
been
guy.
outsiders, but loyal
fight.
citizens of Teotihuacan?
No sandwiches. Fucking
Scholars
cold
acknowledge
today.
another theory.
Who ordered all this fucking
Deaths
snow,
may
by
have
the
been
way?
part of an early ritual dedicating the pyramid to the god, following its construction.
Fascinating thing is, they're not dressed as foreigners. Don't seem to be captives from another area, but they're dressed
It
as
was you, wasn't it,
Teotihuacans.
Napoleon? She was like, I want
In
a
other words, we're
cold.
looking at almost a self-sacrifice site, sacrificing their own warriors in this great dedication event.
I've made my horns.
No matter who
Little
these
baby
sacrificial
giraffe
victims
horns.
were,
Oh
what
man, I
happened
gotta
here
shorten
some
that other one a little
1,800
bit.
years ago may have had profound consequences all across
See how
Mesoamerica
it
for
goes?
centuries to come. 1,000 years later, perhaps it became the inspiration for the sacred myth of creation among the Aztecs.
What they say about the site is this is where the gods killed themselves to make the sun come up. They were reborn as the sun and the moon. And following this, all the other gods killed themselves. So what the Aztecs are describing is a mass sacrifice at and you almost wonder whether these are reverberations created by the first initial event here at Teotihuacan. That even later people remembered this great mass sacrifice and it became a part of their ideology.
Fact, over the centuries, may very well have become folklore. This one dramatic instance of mass human sacrifice may therefore be at the core of the enduring mystique of Teotihuacan. Yet violence and death would come in many forms here. When we return, the tragic story of Montezuma, all-powerful monarch of the Aztecs,
Some eyeballs.
and his faithful obsession with Teotihuacan. Today, Teotihuacan exudes a mesmerizing sense of mystery, just as it did 500 years ago.
Yeah, the mushrooms. I'm making a fuck ton of mushrooms today, too. Fucking little mushrooms. I got another mushroom chess set to make. And a Star Wars chess set.
Among all the aspects, none was more spellbound by it than their supreme emperor, Montezuma. In the end, his obsessive desire to unlock the secret of Teotihuacan would lead him to commit one of history's most tragic mistakes. According to legend, every 20 days, Montezuma would trek 30 arduous miles from his imperial capital to Teotihuacan. Like all Aztecs, he revered the ruin as the home of the gods. In supplication to them, he would perform the ritual of human sacrifice. But what drove Montezuma to make this pilgrimage? Could it have been because he wanted to solve the riddle of the city's unknown?
And I'm hungry. I'm quite hungry. Hopefully, Shep's going to be having a show today. We'll listen to it.
One God in particular.
So I'm not calling in today. I'm too busy.
His name was Quetzalcoatl. According to legend, Quetzalcoatl had long ago descended to Earth in human form.
22 degrees and windy as fuck. I got like a foot of snow, man. I mean, like, seriously, about 8, 9 inches anyway. Bunch of snow that I didn't count on.
After 20 years, he'd been betrayed by his brother and sister gods and forced to leave Mexico.
And the fucking school calls me at 6 o'clock in the morning, telling me, no, something's been canceled. I'm like, I don't give a fuck. My kid is at home at school.
Aztec priest had calculated he would reappear in 1519. In that very year,
damn it, is it Monday? No, it's Tuesday, isn't it? Yesterday was Monday. All fucking day, wasn't it? I fixed my hot water though. Thank God. I fought with my fucking tub again. I fucking won. I won.
World at the precise time foretold for Quetzalcoatl's homecoming.
That only took a fucking week.
Cortez and his men come sailing out of the east, fulfilling this prophecy. Very interesting, and this was one of the reasons that the emperor Montezuma was so ambivalent
into the new set.
and indecisive.
I've got all the pawns finished in that one.
I've
got some of the bishops pulled out. I gotta make some more bishops. I wanted to check this book.
Montezuma first lays eyes on Cortez. He is amazed. Cortez matches Quetzalcoatl's description every way. White skin, dark beard, elegantly dressed. The awestruck Montezuma, the ancient prophecy of Quetzalcoatl, is at last revealing itself in the form of his past legendary deity.
The kings and queens.
Cortez regards Montezuma as holding the key to another mystery, one that consumes his imagination. Cortez has ventured to the New World.
Maybe I'm just rushing it.
From the fabled El Dorado, a legendary city made entirely of
I know I had it up to 11.
It is a quest he
I'm just gonna sit down and smoke some fucking pot. Fuck.
The emperor to Cortez, you're always asking about.
I just feel like there's never enough time to do everything. I still gotta run to the store today.
We Spaniards have a disease that only gold can cure.
I ran to the store yesterday and it's damn near all I got done except for fixing my damn, well, my shower. I fixed my shower. It's fucking good news.
The days that follow, his impassioned awe of Cortez rapidly gives way to mistrust.
What's up? Deep voice.
Unknowingly,
hey, Breed, how you doing?
Have embarked on a disastrous collision course.
When the Spaniards
I see what happened. My brick dropped.
What really was as close as his plan of overcome to
I'll fix that tonight.
No
wonder I'm not getting hot. That makes sense. Eating lunch? Who said you could have lunch? I'm sitting here starving. I'm like, I only had a couple donuts.
His men suddenly take Montezuma as hostage.
Fixing to smoke some marijuana to watch me.
Placate his enraged people. Cortez allows the emperor to address his subjects.
No, I ain't starving. I am thinking I might want some lunch here pretty soon.
This day. But scholars agree that Montezuma
just fucking
becomes
cold,
the first
man.
casualty of a tragic conflict.
The Spaniard side of the story.
You got bees
is
in your
that they
bushes.
asked him to go out on one of these flat
That sounds like
roofs and
fun.
speak to the populace. And they were so outraged that the emperor would allow himself to be taken prisoner, that stones were thrown, and he was killed.
Some historians believe it is not the Aztecs, but Cortez himself who is responsible for Montezuma's death.
Another side of the story is that perhaps the Spaniards garroted him, killed him, but there is no proof. So it remains a controversy.
The circumstances of Montezuma's death are still a perplexing.
No, I don't want to touch that. Fuck! See how it goes? I don't want to touch it now because there's a giraffe in my shit. Why are you in the hospital?
During the turmoil,
yeah, me too,
Cortez
Chad.
and half his men managed to escape the Aztec capital. But still to come would be another battle, which would turn the tide of war. Fate decrees that it take place in the shadow of the Pyramid of the Sun. There, Cortez and his men are horrified to learn they have marched into an ambush.
There were the amassed warriors of Tenochtitlan and the neighboring city, Texcoco, waiting for them. And this was practically in the shadow of Teotihuacan. And it was probably the most important battle of Hernan Cortez's career.
Hopelessly outnumbered, Cortez scans the battlefield and identifies the Aztec commander by the imposing feather and silver crest strapped to his back. An act of desperation, he and his men charge and tear the symbolic emblem.
Well, I hope you're feeling better.
Once that device changed hands from the Aztec leader to the Spaniards, it was as though the gods spoke, because the Aztecs were a very fatalistic people. And according to the accounts, the whole mood of the battle changed.
Surviving to fight another day, Cortez eventually rallies support among tribes.
COVID's got a pretty good survival rate as long as you stay off the ventilator.
Mighty ruler, sacred mystery, and the fall of an empire.
So stay off the ventilator, boys and girls.
Mesmerizing lure of Teotihuacan the course of history. Many who visit here today are spellbound by the same aura that once captivated Montezuma. Though few believe as he did
back over
that this is the city of the gods, they sense that something incredible once took place here. But in the 8th century, this utopian paradise mysteriously crumbled. Why? What destroyed it? When we return, the people of Teotihuacan defy a sacred commandment of the gods and provoke their deadly wrath.
Good. I try not to be scared of too much, except for cold and snow. It doesn't do well with me. Heights and spiders. No spiders to worry about though, as long as it's cold. I'll take the trade-off.
For 7 centuries, Teotihuacan reigned as the most dominant power of the Western Hemisphere. Around the year 750, its inhabitants suddenly and mysteriously abandoned the utopian city they loved. Why? Many scholars believe that somehow their great urban experiment went terribly wrong.
No, it's because the Anunnaki set off nukes. They told us in the cuneiform. Where are you, Spock?
People possessed a profound
nobody
respect
teaches
for
this
nature
guy.
And tried to exist harmoniously with it. Yet scholars theorize that
it's late for you. It's still early in the day for me. It just turned 12 o'clock, 12:30. Get yourself some rest, feel better, get the hell out of the hospital.
People did not consider themselves being the center of the world. The world was not made for us to
Glad to see you're okay. Not got this COVID. It's always good news.
In direct opposition.
Try not to get the vaccine either. That'll give you the COVID.
The challenge of building their mammoth metropolis. Confronted with a crucial decision. To continue their living, have to violate.
If you develop a cough, just tell them you smoke a lot of hash.
Under the landscape of its natural resources.
I do.
Apparently,
it is the truth.
Choice was made. Nature would be sacrificed so that great city could live.
It's cold in my dungeon today. I got both my windows open and fucking foot of snow outside. Somebody ordered. I didn't agree with it. I woke up this morning and it was talking about snow everywhere, and I'm like, not good news. Oh my God, the false prophet, dude.
Perhaps by the year 750, London landscape could no longer sustain the other city. When the people of Teotihuacan,
good for you, Remnant. Hopefully it doesn't last long.
When they sacrificed nature, did they incur the anger of the gods? Some scholars believe that the desecration of the
I think I'm less than a minute ago myself. Oh, good. Good to hear. Good news. Whew, I was concerned about you.
Once demanded self-devotion would no longer deliver its promise of harmony.
6 a.m. in 6 minutes. In 6 seconds, Tech. Yeah!
Seems to have been at one moment that a great many buildings were systematically burned. Not just burned.
Get some rest.
There's a lot of hate and anger.
Yep, he's making guns. Elon's making guns. He'll have a chip in him, so you can't use them when it comes to time.
Its catastrophic failure should not overshadow the centuries of success it enjoyed.
Oh my God.
I think I'd like to put it in context by saying actually Teotihuacan lasted for about 600 or 700 years. And so far the United States has lasted for more than 200 years. Let's see how
I have my serious doubts about that tech, but it sounded good. Oh shit. I can't help myself. It's fucking Tuesday and I'm snowed in. It ain't even funny. I might even have to walk down and get myself some cigars later. I only got one left. That's a shorty. I got shorty.
Many questions linger.
Gotta love shorties. Have a good night, Tech.
Was this paradise once fueled by the shedding of human blood?
Tell your doctor to make a little generator with some magnets, man. He can power his hospital and give you your meds for free all the time.
How could a civilization engineer such mathematically precise monuments without leaving behind even the faintest trace of a written language?
You're Snowden.
The descendants of the tale.
I'm Snowden. Fucking cold.
Of modern Mexico feel a profound connection here. They sense perhaps that the seed of the genius that once flowered here still resides within them.
All right, we're back up to temperature. We'll work this giraffe a little bit, put the head on it, put some eyeballs.
At the time of the spring equinox,
put some eyeballs on it.
Teotihuacan. It is a time of sacred harmony between the city and the cosmos.
Maybe put a little bit of shape
which
to
it is alive.
Let me take a look. I think the eyeballs will take care of that.
Multitudes of visitors from all over the world ascend the pyramid of the sun to await daybreak at this time of spiritual renewal.
It's to me that I am seeing our
fucking cute little fuckers.
a feel of the people who lived at the time. And the grandiosity of the pyramids, and everything that they built with the materials they had. It's incredible, isn't it?
The stones in the temples speak. And they're speaking now because science is verifying now what our grandfathers knew 5,000 years ago.
I believe that the people of Mexico,
Here, I gotta turn it this way.
look for an answer in their roots. These places are not dead. They're alive. They're part of our identity. They're part of our dignity. They're part of our pride. They're part of our values.
The descendants of Teotihuacan crave a kinship with their ancestors.
Head shapes.
For many, secrets of the past may hold the key to their own destiny. Yet the ruins remain silent and unyielding, forever concealing the mysteries of a great civilization and their utopia that once thrived.
Every day, the world seems to be getting smaller. It's time to get closer by exploring the lives, the cultures, and the histories that made the world what it is today. It's time to globalize yourself. History International, because what happens over there matters over here.
Return to the highlands of ancient Peru, where a powerful people worship their dead ancestors. Discover a way of life in which the dead still control the living. It is the year 1532, a time of tragedy and sorrow in the ancient land of Peru. The mighty Inca Empire has been vanquished by a tiny band of ruthless adventurers from across the sea.
Oh dear.
Once the powerful lords of their mountainous domain, the proud Inca people now
Ruthless, beating them motherfuckers toothless.
Masters from Spain. The leader of the Spaniards, Francisco Pizarro,
He's a bad
makes
guy.
his triumphant entry into the Inca capital, the holy city of Cuzco.
Well, he is.
As he establishes his rule, Pizarro decides to reward an Indian ally who wishes to wed an Inca princess. He sends his cousin Pedro to ask the patriarch of the young woman's family to approve the marriage. It is a mission that Pedro Pizarro will not forget.
Uh-oh. Shit.
Believing that he will be taken to the aged but living head of the household, Pizarro is shocked at what he finds. He discovers that the patriarch who has the power to govern the entire family's affairs is a shriveled, mummified corpse.
Hates him.
In stunned fascination, the Spaniard patiently waits for those in attendance to the mummy to announce its decision. After some time, he is informed that permission has been granted by the dead patriarch. The marriage may take place. The conquering Spaniards are horrified.
The mummy said, "Get it."
The dead. Coming to these shores in search of gold and riches, they inadvertently stumbled upon an eerie death cult centuries old.
That'd be funny as shit.
Here in the land of the Incas, the living and the dead share one of history's most bizarre relations.
Motherfucking Inca! He's all shriveled up, dead old mummy. I'd be like, oh fuck, we're in trouble now.
Laboring for them, eating and drinking with them, even building them splendid palaces and granting them vast estates.
Oh.
In return,
sounds like some
the dead are to provide a guarantee that the living will be protected.
Oh my god. That's some good stuff.
After witnessing the Inca death cult, one awestruck Spaniard would write that such unfathomable rights exist among the Inca that only God can comprehend them.
Yeah, how's that happen? I don't know. I had no idea. I didn't make up the rules. I was just laughing at it.
At the dawn of human history, in far-flung parts of the world, other civilizations
Graham Hancock, this one time, he says
about 3,000 years before the birth of Jesus,
the Aztecs they had dogs.
Developing their
when these guys came over though, they had the English, the fucking wolf dogs and hound dogs, all clad in armor. All the Aztecs had was little chihuahuas. He said they was mostly food stock.
4,000 years.
Oh my god, that's some funny shit. They was in trouble.
You know that Chile,
little Chicos, the herd of
long before the Egyptians. We know that simple fishing
there ain't much meat on them bones.
Because Chile were mummifying ordinary people in the community, and they were bringing them gifts of food and drink as if they were still alive.
I think Graham might be wrong on that personally.
The birthplace of mummification,
because
in addition to its hot, dry climate, its towering mountains.
A chicken got a lot more fucking meat on them than Chico does. They grow faster. They grow bigger.
From the fact that were accidentally formed by very people in high
I don't even know what to say about that.
Where they were
But, I don't think they was food stuff. I really don't. I think Graham might be a little bit wrong. They might have ate them though, one or two. I don't know.
Peru's worship of ancestors was not only far older than it surpassed anything practiced anywhere else in the ancient world.
And they surrounded by monkeys.
The Egyptians believed that
I see monkey head cracking with a spoon and shit and eat it chilled.
Beyond the
good
setting
shit.
sun. But in Peruvian,
hi Pollyanna. I don't know how to cheer you up. Work on giraffe.
I know.
I gotta put its eyeballs on it.
Society.
It's almost hot enough
The dead were actually kept with the living and treated as if they were still alive.
I'm glad to talk to you yesterday.
This person he wasn't ceasing to live.
I was surprised. He said, we got to call her Pollyanna. I said, oh, shit. I'm in trouble now. Oh, shit.
Initially, the worship of the
I thought I was in trouble. She go call and yell at me.
Performed in
talk about, you ain't give me no update.
But as Peruvian civilization developed, so too.
I know Pollyanna can read Islam just as good as I can. She can see we're fucked.
Such a widespread.
I ain't gotta tell you. You know what to do, huh?
Long pondered Peru's strange religious rituals.
Black set magnet.
How did they originate and why? The answers are elusive, but one intriguing site provides clues to the possible evolution of the cult.
They are. They're cute. You got cute little half eyeballs.
Not far from the modern city of Cusco, lies a valley situated 11,000 feet above sea level. Archaeologists have discovered that it is strewn with strange, massive rock structures.
Not strange. Strange.
They are the remains of enormous buildings built over 1,000 years
No
ago.
way. Strange.
Structures whose original purpose has long been forgotten.
Long.
Today, the local people call the place Piquillacta. Archaeologists regard it as one of the most baffling sights in all of Peru.
Piquillacta was totally an enigma. There were no surface artifacts suggesting what it might have been. All we knew was that it was very large. We have some rough calculations that indicate to us that we're looking at more than 9 million man days just to build a simple portion alone. Therefore, an enormous economic effect in terms of providing for that labor, feeding them, etc.
For centuries, Piquillacta's purpose was shrouded in obscurity. But in this small building, its secrets may at last have been revealed.
As we began excavating, we uncovered this wall containing a row of large niches. This captured our attention because large niches are usually associated with temple structures in ancient Peru. We don't know exactly what would have been in them, but we suppose that they might have contained images of ancestors.
Further digging uncovered gruesome artifacts. Human remains purposely concealed within some of Piquillacta's walls. And mysterious pits
Okay, they haven't changed yet. Here's his eyes. He's
all
got
of which suggested ancestor
little half eyes. They're still really hot.
In the 1920s, exquisite human figurines were found in similar offering pits. Scholars were mystified. Could these have been the faces of sacred ancestors? Could Piquillacta
I need ears.
be a center
Fucking
for
ears.
worshiping the
Ears
dead?
are good for a draft too.
Perhaps it had an even more sinister purpose.
Ears.
The Wari were a militant people. Some believe that in order to guarantee the allegiance of those they had conquered in battle, the Wari may have held the dead bodies of those they defeated hostage.
In holding them hostage, we're not talking about a situation of putting them in prison and making them miserable. We bring them to very fine temples that we control. We allow the members of the lineage who are living to come in and worship them and to commune with them. But there's always the implied threat that if you do not cooperate, something terrible could happen to your ancestor who is now among us. We believe that with the mechanism used by the warriors to control large numbers of people in a very economical way in terms of not needing huge amounts of soldiers to come in and force people to cooperate.
The key to this practice may have been this. He who would control the living must first control the dead. But why were the living so afraid to lose their dead? What terrible power did the deceased wield over them? Clues emerged at a nearby site called Tocopukio,
What's up, Hermetic?
where
How you doing?
archaeologists came upon a grim discovery.
When we began excavating in front of these things, we discovered that the bodies that had been in them were laying under their
Hot glowing eyeballs on a giraffe.
in the machine, we found artifacts.
Exactly.
These were we found
Oh shit! I gotta plug y'all in. I've been busy down here. I forgot to plug the fucking machine in. Gonna lose you. Gonna lose you. You're gone. Alright, maybe not. Don't worry. I'm just looking at his graph
Why
here.
was the sacred dead of Chocopukio so savagely desecrated? Perhaps the destruction was meant to punish the living.
Removing their ancestors and destroying the places of worship of their ancestors is a way of completely exterminating the truth. Not only killing them off, but removing their right to the land, removing their place of centeredness from the earth. They no longer exist.
Amid the ruins of Titicaca, some say they still hear the solemn prayers of Wari overlords honoring their mummified hostages. At Chocopukio, many believe they can hear the anguished cries of mourners grieving at the desecration of their dead. From both sites, we may learn the secret of the mummy's power, for scholars believe that in ancient Peru it was the dead ancestors, not their living descendants, who owned the land. Here, if ancestral remains were destroyed, the living may have lost all rights to their property. And in the harsh world of the Andes, those without property starved. But land was only one fragment of the extraordinary relationship that evolved between the ancient Peruvians and their ancestors. Hundreds of years after the Wari built Titicaca, they would mysteriously die out, and a remarkable new people, the Incas, would seize control of the Andes. The Incas would create a magnificent civilization.
Mysteriously, because the Anunnaki killed them all. We heard about that. This guy's just as bad as Spock.
Why did the Incas lavish such elaborate ritual on worshipping their dead? No one has yet fathomed all the answers to this puzzling enigma. But clues may be found embedded in the long history of these remarkable people. For centuries, while the powerful Wari ruled Peru, the ancestors of the Incas were an obscure tribe living alongside other people in the southern Andes. The Wari Empire declined around 1000 AD. Then, in the early 15th century, the Incas galvanized themselves into a fighting force and began their meteoric rise to power. Within a few generations, they forged the largest empire Native America had ever known, an area as large as the Roman Empire. In contemplating the Incas' extraordinary accomplishment, scholars often wonder how simple Andean farmers could transform themselves into one of antiquity's most powerful nations. It is a question that may never be finally answered, but experts agree that the Inca civilization owes an enormous debt to one extraordinary man, an emperor named Pachacuti. In the Inca language, Pachacuti meant cataclysm, or he who transforms the world. It is indeed a fitting name for this towering figure of America's past.
Pachacuti is perhaps the greatest political genius ever produced by the Native Americans. He is credited with completely inventing the knowledge. He sat down and built the organization that this is the way it's going to be.
Pachacuti's fertile and imaginative mind reshaped virtually every aspect of Inca life, even the way his people venerated their dead. It was Pachacuri who goaded Peruvian ancestor worship beyond anything the Andean world had ever known, by creating the official cult of the royal mummy. He devised a new religion, which celebrated the heroic deeds of their ancestors, believed to be divine emperors who were children of the sun.
All right, he's got one horn.
Organizing protocol was perpetuated to the rule. He had to set up a system that legitimized what they were doing.
I don't want to keep him out too long. It's been hot. It's cold.
Our ancestors were ordained.
So I got one more horn to go. Then I'll open his mouth up again.
Were more mythical than real. He built magnificent palaces whose walls can still be seen in the ancient Inca capital of
None of
Cusco.
them, huh?
Within
That's kind of abnormal, isn't it? Pollyanna. Just a little bit, I'd imagine.
Attended to by a host of
Small
living servants and descendants.
amount of abnormalcy there. I don't know. I'm not an expert. You know one though.
At the festival to the sun called the imperial mummies were carried in solemn procession.
I bet that's
around
abnormal,
Cusco's
isn't
Central
it?
Square. It is said that as the mummies passed by, the people bowed and wept. So moved were they by the mere sight of their royal ancestors.
I know you said you was going to go back
Dead body of the last Inca was not seen as
later
useless
to verify that
dominant object, but was seen as infused
they were
with power,
hibernating.
magic power that flowed
You
through
said
the
none of them
landscape,
are.
that flowed through the sacred trees that they venerated. And it was necessary to feed, clothe the mummy, keep it alive, keep its essence alive, in order for power to flow from the mummy back to the ordinary life.
I'm highly suspicious here.
In the world of the Incas, the boundary between life and death had ceased to exist.
I think Pollyanna's been keeping the bats up at night.
Deceased Inca emperors and other aristocrats still resided in the magnificent palaces they had enjoyed when alive.
Oh shit!
Their mummified
She's raising
bodies
hell.
were attired in
In the
magnificent
caves.
finery and adorned with jewels,
What are
surrounded
you doing,
by
Polly?
priests and servants who attended to their every need.
Is it a coincidence they're not hibernating and you're there? I mean, I don't know.
In solemn reverence, the living carried their dead to public festivals, to
Oh shit!
services with loved ones, or to living relatives, and even to sumptuous
I imagine Pollyanna could raise enough hell to keep bats awake by herself.
At these bizarre festivities, the living attendants of the mummies ate their meals and drank their toasts, believing that the dead ancestors were also.
That way she doesn't have loose ends, you know.
Attendants placed large pitchers of corn beer in front of the corpses, offering toasts and good wishes to both the living and the dead. In the imperial mummy cult, the lives of the living reflected the world of the deceased.
All right, one more
a
horn.
strange theater of the dead, an acting out of all of life's pleasures and
I'm watching for the
necessities
colors on the
ones
giraffe
that
to
never
change so I
really
can
die.
hit it.
The royal mummies were seen as living beings, had to be dressed every day, fed. They had to go to the bathroom. They had to have sex.
Whenever a crisis arose, the living,
The color tells
speaking
me
from
what's going
priestly
on.
interpreters, begged the mummies for their advice. When war erupted, the dead charged into battle side by side with the living. When there were military expeditions, the mummies of the ancestors would go with the army. This seems to have been common practice in the Andes because when the city of
Horn number
Cusco
2. Oh, look, you can
from
see
the
him.
north,
Little
known as
earbuds.
Chancas,
Now I gotta
they
open
were
his
also
mouth
carrying
up.
their ancestors, and the Inca victory was won when they were able to carry off the mummies from this group of chants. In more peaceful
Hopefully
times,
that'll go well.
people
What's up,
asked the
Props?
mummies for permission to plant their fields, to marry, even to engage in business.
Yep, having a good day. Hope you are too. Where'd you go, Pollyanna? Damn it, you talking about the bats and then they're just
The
vanished.
dead held the fate of the living in their lifeless hands. The superstitious Incas were convinced that if the ancestors were displeased with them, they would be doomed to suffer disease, ill fortune, and death. They firmly believed that the mummies kept them alive by controlling the forces of nature. When there wasn't equal water for the cultivated field, they usually brought out the emperor's body, carrying it to the field, and they were convinced this was largely responsible for bringing rain. Father Bernard Cobo, 60.
Mummies also had a role in being able to help people and they could help people in different kinds of events. In terms of forecasting what they do, they could be asked to intercede with the supernatural and bring the world back to balance.
Perhaps it is no wonder that fearing for the future, the Incas willingly cared for the departed ancestors, in fervent belief that they would be protected by the all-knowing, all-powerful dead. When Hakakuri decided to enforce the cult of the royal mummy, he cleverly blended ethical politics with the age-old reverence that his people held for their ancestors. But he may have unwittingly sown the seeds for his own higher call. In 1471, the legendary Emperor Hakakuri, the creator of the mighty Inca Empire, died. His grieving people prepared the beloved emperor for his new abode among the dead. After removing his infused organs and tapping the empty chest cavity with preservative air, his body was carried high into the heavens. Among the lofty peaks, the heat of the sun and the cold, dry winds of night, things made its force into a dried-out wisdom's touch. His mummy was just exactly the economy worthy of the emperor, then returned to his palace to begin its sojourn among the living dead. Hakakuri left behind the imperial mummy cult which he had established. But in the years that followed, so much time and effort was devoted to caring for the mummy, that the cult would severely strain the people's resources. Yet the elaborate work system continued. Why? The answer lies in the intensely deep and powerful bond that existed between the living Incas and the dead. After Hakakuri died, the cult of the royal ancestors was continued by groups of royal descendants called Hanakas. Special groups that Hakakuri himself had established to serve the imperial mummy. The Hanakas administered the mummy's lands and estates, all of which remained the deceased emperor's property even after death. On the estate, hundreds of laborers worked tirelessly, growing food for banquets and feasts to be attended by the mummy. the privileged Kanaka members, worshiping the dead as rewards. As the mummies were exposed to the good things in life, so too were the living attendants. After all, the good that we are not open up the mouth. They're produced to be shared. The equations when people were to teach the dead were also equations to teach the self. But this arrangement between the living and the dead was fatally flawed. Since no one could inherit a dead ruler's property, a new emperor was penniless when he came to the throne. To fill the royal coffers, he had to rely on the spoils of war, forcing him to fight battles in distant lands. Yet no matter how much wealth was accumulated, vast amounts of the empire's choicest farmland remained the property of the dead. Generations of living leaders devoted themselves to raising crops for their ancestors. They certainly
Okay, here's our giraffe.
and because they genuinely believed this person was still alive, therefore they could not take him to it.
No, I'm a new this alone by itself, and then I'll restart the count. In the meantime, mushrooms.
By 1527, half a century after Pachacuti's death, the wealthy Kanakas had grown into powerful political factions capable of challenging the emperor's authority. A new emperor named Hostar now ascended the throne. Determined to break the power of the Kanakas, Hostar boldly decreed an end to the cult of the mummy.
There you are. Yes, I'm doing mushrooms. Mushroom chess set. I gotta finish this mushroom chess set, then I gotta work on some mushroom pendants and a Star Wars chess set. Then I gotta do another mushroom chess set.
Situation where he needed to begin to suppress these cults of the mummy because they were controlling way too much
As fast as possible.
and were very influential decisions that he thought he alone needed to stop and interested in making. We know very little about particular.
Yeah, I could too, but I wish he knew what we know.
Record the fact that he alienated large numbers of the nobles.
I'm thinking about
the loss of the wealth and privilege they enjoyed as servants of the royal
X-wing TIE
ancestors.
fighter kind of thing for the
Great lords
pawns.
of Cusco
It's going to be
abandoned their allegiance to
rebels
Hostar.
versus the
Dissent soon split the nation.
fucking.
At the end of a long
So
and
the
bloody
king.
civil war between
Oh
Hostar
my
and his
God.
half-brother Atahualpa, Hostar was taken prisoner and eventually killed by Atahualpa's forces.
I got it. Got it. I was wondering what am I going to make the queen, because the evil king,
the cult of mummy worship.
the queen's going to be Death Star. Because there is no real evil queen in Star Wars.
Atahualpa had it burned.
Princess Leia, she's a princess.
Hostar's grim fate had shown what would happen to those who dared to question the ancient authority
and entertainment.
But within a year,
I know, it's awful entertaining watching me cut and burn myself. I'm excited about the mushroom chess set because I just finished the pawns. I've got a lot of the bases already done. I got to
it is February
step it up
1532.
I got some more pieces already made for the other mushroom chess set. Just not a proxy pattern. I love you too, Bob. I'm glad you called in yesterday. So what up with these bats? You said ain't none of them. What's your professor of animalism say? I don't remember his title. And his head low in shame.
Facing them are the invincible armies of the Inca Emperor.
You're the information person today.
200,000 seasoned warriors.
Said the bats ain't hibernating, so what's your bio guy say?
But they soon discover that the Inca Empire is not as formidable as it seems.
Always good with the bat. And I try to keep like as good as possible. I got my shower
transmitted to Peru from the Spanish settlements.
That was my big accomplishment.
Is ravaging the native people.
I got to call my landlord and say, "Fuck it, hot water's working again."
Steel will and ruthless cunning.
That's always a good call. What's up, son? I hope you're doing well too. Glad to see you.
The Spaniards capture Atahualpa and massacre his troops by sword and
fire. You found out none of the bats are hibernating.
Flee in terror. In one of history's most stunning defeats, Pizarro and his small band of men bring the greatest empire in the Americas to its knees.
And archaeologists everywhere are in a panic.
Ransom in gold.
It's mysterious.
But as soon as the gold is delivered, Pizarro strangles Atahualpa. Yet Pizarro and his men soon discover that
yes,
is not enough. To rule Peru, they must also conquer the
aha! It's still a little early.
They could not comprehend the influence that
That's what he said last week.
Would have on the living. It was something totally alien to Western time. So
we're gonna be in mid-January, and he'll be like, "It's still a little early." That's funny shit. It's a mystery, though.
Some of Pizarro's touched by the legend for their ancestors. Spanish chronicles tell of conquistadors who respectfully renewed their huts when a procession paraded over but the Catholic Church taking idolatry, and Spanish authorities turned the church to the way of
I didn't turn the water off.
Three Spanish overlords embarked on yet another war. This time, we're going to reveal where then the Persian allies could not forget.
I did Google it. I came up with like salamanders. He yelled at me. So I was like, oh, these are houses. Studies the houses. Basically, life. Yeah, I always he's a specialist. I'm not. I specialize in being smart ass.
He forced the English to adopt a strange new ritual, totally alien to them. The practice of Christian burial.
The Incas were rather concerned by a Christian burial practice. The notion of putting the body into the ground where it could not be fed or cared for, or brought to the facility, or extended ceremony, was totally alien to their way of life. This was perhaps the barbarism convention of youth.
Warren can come back tonight to rescue the dead person of practicing. Well, of course, there had to be that. But then burial was amazing. They would think of their ancestors participating conscious and clear underneath the earth all along. Militant music was to try to gather up the ashes. Making benches mutilated and the reason was the such prayers and songs was definitely recorded at the time of the flower of fire, residue of fire.
This is you have the water. You have the field. If you want, if you food from where you are, go go inside. And your prayer is actually in the end, Catholic zeal and Spanish might proved too powerful to resist. The Incas reluctantly became Christians. But was the ancient worship of their ancestors forgotten? Every year, Quechua Indians from throughout the Andes flock to the city of Cusco to celebrate the great religious festival known as Corpus Christi.
That looks almost like a sand trail mushroom.
It is a time to commemorate their ancient culture,
They're not
which is
psychedelic.
endured despite early Spanish efforts to destroy it.
Wrong color there. That's all. It's like a black sand trail on the other.
At the festival climax, groups of men carry huge images of the Virgin Mary and Catholic saints to original cathedral around the city's main plaza. Each effigy weighs more than a ton. It is an echo of ancient times, when ancient men carried mummies of their sacred dead to Cusco to celebrate the great festival of the sun.
What do you think? The native had saying the direct personal moments in trading in China. It changed to something effectively and how they set it out to conclude and move. I don't consider it a great opportunity to understand their intuitive various images. They know that that particular aspect of their world is being taken care of, even though it's not the and there's a thing to do with it. It's an interesting that they will do it. Today, they are the street offerings to the dead. His visits to the cemetery are much strengthened Christian and music. The Day of the Dead, the day of sharing, with those we know who are still here with us.
The rites of Inca ancestor worship still live on, and strange as it seems, the mummies themselves may someday return. But when they tried to eradicate the cult of the dead, the Spaniards did not burn all the mummies that they had found. Several imperial mummies, among them the body of Pachacutli himself, were taken from Cusco to the city of Manila, where they mysteriously disappeared. Perhaps the missing mummies will be found one day, to be welcomed as beloved ancestors, returning to watch over their people. The past will once again live in the present, a closing circle that marks our journey in search of the truth.
This forsaken ghost town was once a priceless jewel in the crown of the Roman Empire. Vital and vibrant seaport, the streets of ancient Austria overflowed with traders and merchants from around the world. People who introduced this society to revolutionary ideas, mystery cults, and forbidden pleasures. Yet, despite its prosperity, the mighty city died a slow, painful death. Discover why Rome's richest, most powerful, and majestic port is now an abandoned wasteland, next on Ancient Mysteries.
It's your boy, Polly. Tarantula. Fuck tarantulas. Fuck a tarantula.
A port city lying 20 miles outside of Rome, ancient Ostia is the nearest thing to a suburb of the eternal
What's
city.
up, DK?
The ruins at Ostia are not at all like the well-known cities of
Tarantulas.
Pompeii and
Fuck
Herculaneum.
tarantulas.
The
You
destruction
missed a
of
whole
those
bunch.
small
Go
Roman
rewind it.
towns
I
was
finished your
unexpected,
giraffe. It's
swift,
cooling
and
down
complete.
right now.
The eruption of Mount Vesuvius on August 14th, 79 AD,
How
froze
you
those
doing?
two cities at a moment in time. Distance allowed Ostia to escape the wrath of Vesuvius and continue to develop in the second
That's
and
why
third
I'm fuck
centuries
tarantulas.
through the height of the dominance and power of the Roman Empire.
Fuck those things.
Ostia shows us what Herculaneum and Pompeii could have been like had the powerful volcano not erupted. For almost 400 years, Ostia enjoyed growth and prosperity. Then, hand in hand with the fall of the Roman Empire, the city declined into 1,600 years of oblivion, abandoned, neglected, and largely forgotten. Nothing dramatic happened to destroy Ostia. It was never covered with lava or volcanic ash. What prompted Ostia's slow but steady decline? It began in the 4th century AD. The perpetrator was the Emperor Constantine I. When the barbarians invaded Ostia in 330 AD, Constantine's strategic response was to protect the harbor, leaving the town of Ostia vulnerable. The city was plundered, and it was never restored. Why was Ostia no longer valuable to the empire? The fall of Rome itself is the reason Ostia began to decline. Ostia, as the principal port city to the capital, was a very important economic force in the life of the empire. When Rome's position as the predominant world power eroded, Ostia was no longer deemed important. Traders and merchants could no longer make money and left the city. So when the roads and buildings began to collapse due to the invasions of the barbarians and to neglect, no one bothered to fix them. The city was slowly depopulated. A malaria infestation helped to speed up the process. By the Middle Ages, no one was left. Over the course of hundreds of years, silt from the Tiber River and debris from the Mediterranean Sea slowly engulfed the deserted town. In fact, where the Tiber once flowed right beside Ostia and emptied into the sea, today the coastline has moved because of all the silt building. The storms and earth movement also helped to compact the debris, turning it as hard as stone. The growth of Ostia was monumental. As the empire began to rise to the height of its glory, it was estimated that the population of ancient Rome exceeded 800,000. With that many people to feed, more food was needed than could be raised locally, or even in all of Italy. Therefore, the development of a port city was crucial to the economy of the empire. A place was needed to ship in the huge amount of imported goods required to sustain the city. But there was a problem. Italy has very few natural ports. With the exception of Naples, which was too far from the capital, there were no other ports on the southwest coast of Italy. So the Romans took to building harbors. Ostia, being close to Rome and near the mouth of the Tiber, was an optimal choice. The Emperor Claudius undertook the project beginning in 42 AD. But his decision to go to Ostia to oversee construction of the port had devastating personal consequences. While Claudius was away on his mission, his his wife Messalina became lonely and unhappy.
Don't
The
blink.
reputation of an nymphomaniac soon found herself in a passionate love affair with an aristocrat. There did nothing to hide their desires. Against everyone's advice and the law, they married behind Claudius's back. Claudius' slaves, enraged by Messalina's actions and wanting to spare the emperor any further embarrassment, arranged for her execution. After his wife's death, Claudius married his niece. She was another Nero. Eventually, Claudius' wife poisoned in order to make way for her son and grab the reins of power.
Don't try this at home.
Unfortunately, the
You might stab yourself with a hot
successful as his marriage. It was an architectural
Now you know how to do it.
completed by Nero and just miles of Austria. The fort consisted of two long moles creating an enclosed harbor that faced towards the north. The problem was that the harbor was exposed to the fierce storms of the Mediterranean. At one point, a major calamity occurred that caused the loss of almost 200 ships. It took Nero's successor, Trajan, to finally get it right. He used the original Claudian harbor as a sort of forecourt to protect the
Challenge is melting from the bottom up to push all that air out.
This meant that much larger grain vessels coming from Africa and Egypt could be accommodated. The ships could be brought in, their contents loaded to warehouses, then transferred to smaller barges and rafts, and towed up the Tiber to Rome. Viewing the ruins today, one of the things that stands out about the city is the shockingly large number of temples devoted to a mystery cult. Religion was known as Mithraism. There are 15 Mithraisms that have been unearthed at Austria. Due to its secret nature, no writings are available about the clandestine worshippers, but some details about the group have surfaced. It is believed that Mithraism was so popular in the area because it was a religion that appealed to foreigners and the military. It was a Persian cult, and it was believed to have been brought to Austria by the Africans, Spanish, Gauls, and Syrians who flocked to the area. The congregation consisted of about 20 to 40 men who were dedicated to the worship of the pagan god Mithra. As the legend goes, Mithra was sent by his son, born of a rock. He captured and later slaughtered a bull by holding its nostrils. In Eastern countries, it was common to sacrifice a bull in honor of Mithra, but by the time the cult reached Austria, the killing of the bull was accomplished symbolically. In Austria, part of the worship consisted of engaging in sacrificial meals, instilling a sense of community and culture. But there was also another explanation for Mithraism's widespread history. Roman society was strictly ordered, and there was little movement from one social class to another. Mithraism offered an opportunity to better yourself, despite the social rung to which you were born.
It's a cult where you are initiated, and then you go through a series of 7 grades from lowest to highest. And at the top, when you become the highest grade and master, you can actually go out and start your own congregation. Interestingly, like Christianity, the cult kind of trickles up to society. So it starts down as more marginal characters, and by the 4th century, it's up to the senators. Some of these men are so enamored of the cult that they build a cult structure into their own houses. And we have several examples in Rome where that happens.
Literary sources and ancient inscriptions found in Rome stress that there were imperial prohibitions against foreign cults, mainly because they were thought to be politically subversive. Because of Mithraism's secret nature, it managed to escape the ban. Why can we now see the evidence of the greatness of Austria? Small-scale excavations had been conducted in Austria beginning in the 1800s and had continued off and on until the early 1900s. This rudimentary work had revealed that Austria was an extraordinarily modern-looking city. This was really a great revelation.
people at the end of the 19th century. Because they intended to think that all Roman towns of the first and second centuries AD would look like Pompeii and Aquileia, with low 1- and 2-story buildings, the rich people living in great mansions with interior courtyards, and then a few scattered shops along the street. And it turned out that that wasn't true at all.
But it took almost 4 decades from the time of these first discoveries to launch a dramatic campaign to excavate the ancient town. It was spearheaded by Italy's notorious dictator, Benito Mussolini. Why was Mussolini so interested in the ancient fort? It was all part of a grand propaganda campaign for the new fascist period.
The chief element of this propaganda was to connect the grandeur of ancient Rome with the glory of the New Ukraine. This meant a great deal of excavation and archaeological investigation all throughout the city of Rome.
But beginning in 1937 and continuing through 1942, Mussolini instituted one of his grandest plans, which revolved around Austria. Mussolini and his archaeologists were determined to quickly uncover the hidden greatness of the ancient seaport and to make it into a showplace for a world exposition scheduled to take place in Rome in 1942. The event was to be a celebration of the 20th anniversary of fascism. But this plan was thwarted by the arrival of World War II. The international exposition was canceled. Yet during this 5-year period, fully 1/3 of Austria was excavated. On the one hand, Mussolini's excavation of the site was an archaeological disaster. Excavations were carried out quickly with giant earth movers, destroying fragile relics. Also, so few records were kept of the work that a great deal of important information was lost. On the other hand, no one else would have had the resources or the gall to excavate such an enormous amount of territory. The work of Mussolini and company has provided for us the ancient city that we now see. Austria is a very unusual place, chiefly because it was an international town, filled with people of all classes, nationalities, and cultures. It is also unusual because what remains of the city shows us how people lived during ancient time. Everything from temples to baths, from ballrooms to luxury homes, and to apartments.
The apartments of Austria are very unusual. In Austria, as in Rome, city land became so valuable and the population grew so rapidly that they began building up. And though there are some signs of this in Pompeii just before the great destruction of AD 79, and there are some apartment houses left in Rome, but they're hard to see and study. It is Austria where we go to see the 3, 4, and even 5-story apartment house, as we would call it.
These large, plain brick buildings were simple and natural. There were no classical adornments, no ornate columns or marble carvings. The Emperor Augustus boasted that he found Rome a city of brick and left it a city of marble. But in Austria, the use of brick is maintained, chiefly as a facade. The walls were actually made of concrete to protect the town from the threat of fire. The apartments consisted of multiple units, some with as many as 7 rooms. Usually, the building contained a courtyard with staircases going up to the upper floors. Most of the buildings had small shops on the bottom floor, a place to buy olive oil, a bakery, a shop for wine,
Isn't that Popeye's girlfriend?
a restaurant, and so forth. And unlike other Roman towns, Austria provides us with a glimpse of how the middle class,
time is it, baby?
port officials, shopkeepers, and the people who manage the city's
show
commerce.
today? Has he announced yet? Hey, Robert,
This is one called
how's everybody doing?
Yellow Wolf. When we come
I'm
into
over here
that
acting like a fool.
behind me,
I'm happy. I got
and
my
into this living
little
room,
giraffe smile going
lit
on.
by 3 large windows, which give on to a lovely garden outside. The house had, like its name suggests, yellow walls mixed with red, and
Even the bedrooms in the interior were rather dark, lit only from the windows in front.
Cold air popping.
Walls covered with yellow and red paintings. These big living rooms took the place of the atrium of earlier Roman houses. From it, we can move into the
I know he was up late
room,
last night. He was on coast to
where the
coast.
for banquets would have been found.
Oh, we should probably
It is
listen
a
to that.
large and attractive room with elaborate painting and a particularly intricate black and white mosaic. A smaller room gives off it, perhaps for more intimate family dinners, or perhaps as a place used by the servants to pass food in and out. Again, its walls are red and yellow with these rather elaborate fake architecture pilasters running around the room. What we are missing in this house are the service rooms. We have no kitchens, bathrooms, servants' quarters, and there do not seem to be enough bedrooms. The lack of service areas in the apartment buildings, particularly kitchens, is commonplace and perplexing to the scholars who have studied the region. Why are these rooms missing in Ostia? One explanation could be that activities which normally take place in the privacy of our homes, like eating and bathing, were public activities in the ancient Roman world. So it is reasonable to think that the people of Ostia did not eat most meals at home, but rather at the neighborhood restaurant. One of the most famous shopping areas is called the Thermopolia in the House of Diana apartment complex. The restaurant in the complex, with its marble countertops and wide open areas, can still be easily seen.
Clearly, a lot of the open shops along the principal roads must have been used for food and drink. And a lot of the smaller apartments, which would have been the lost upper floors of buildings, the people there must have come down and simply had their meals in the local bars and restaurants.
Many also believe that the absence of everyday spaces in the apartments is due to a lack of interest on the part of excavators of the early 20th century. Those archaeologists were far more interested in the luxurious side of life, unearthing fine apartments, mosaic floors, and delicate paintings and inscriptions. Recently, Janet Delane, an archaeology expert from the University of Reading in England, set her sights on finding a kitchen. While working on the site of an apartment building, Janet and her team of students were thrilled to have met their objective.
There are only really 2 kitchens at Ostia which have been clearly identified, both in the same block. So it's quite rare to find one, to be able to identify one as easily as this. And hopefully this will encourage a study of other rooms which have been partly excavated and filled in and then ignored.
Just as in Pompeii and Herculaneum, a great deal of attention has been paid to the homes of the wealthy people who lived in Ostia. One such home is known as the House of Cupid and Psyche. It was given this name because a sculpture of these gods was recovered when the house was first excavated. This elegant residence was built in the 4th century, about 200 years after the House of the Yellow Walls.
We're coming in through the door and through this vestibule with seats for the clients or servants of the house, and into the most glamorous room in Ostia. It's a large hallway, really, and it gives onto an open garden with this extraordinary fountain. It may seem curious to find a fountain this large inside what is in fact a very small house, but rich people then, as now, could afford to waste space. From this large hall, we move into the only grand reception room in the house. It's again probably a banqueting room.
It's floored with a beautiful and costly mosaic made out of yellow marble imported from Africa, and rose pink marble and porphyry possibly cut from columns of some public building. Once porphyry was only used for emperors, but now it could be found in some of these marble floors. The walls are paneled with pale gray and white marble with red borders.
Fuck it, I
very
can't find
deep
it.
red, suggestive of a senator's toga.
Jesus Christ.
Who was the owner of the house? This remains a mystery. But the small size and outstanding luxury has led to much speculation about the proprietor. Many believe that this was the home of an important Roman senator who made frequent trips to Ostia and needed a place to conduct business and entertain clients. Like all the people of Rome, the inhabitants of Ostia were obsessed with feeling good and clean. And to this end, the baths were an important part of everyday life. Since homes and apartments lacked running water, washing and grooming was done at one of the vast number of public baths. With the latest excavations, 18 neighborhood baths have been located throughout the city. This is a startlingly high number, considering the population of Ostia at its greatest is estimated to be about 30,000 people. On a typical day in ancient Ostia, the ringing of bells would announce the noon hour.
The radio on your dash is more than radio. That SiriusXM button is instant access to a world of exclusive entertainment, including ad-free music channels for every genre and decade. You can also hear your favorite sports, comedy, talk, and news. Plus, you can stream with the SiriusXM app on your phone and connected home devices. So, grab your phone, dial #250, and just say SiriusXM to get.
And this, what causes this, the brain cognitive stuff, it's called vascular dementia. And of course, we have a program for that very quickly. Usually within 2 to 6 weeks, you're back to normal. But you have to give up.
What are you doing? I just had you.
Sometimes you want speedy, but reliable. State of the art, but dependable. In other words, you want a hybrid. So do telcos. That's why they're going hybrid with IBM. A hybrid cloud approach with Watson AI helps them roll out new innovations anywhere without losing speed.
Oh, are you fucking kidding
Telco
me?
to transport.
The fuck off of here. Never mind.
But near the beginning of the 2nd century, the Emperor Hadrian banned co-ed bathing, so men and women use the baths at different hours. The ancient baths are equivalent to our modern day.
See the fun it is, me being online? I can't even listen to a fucking radio program that was broadcast over the waves last night. I can't get it on.
The baths of Neptune featured a large
and I don't have time for fucking area. We'll listen to Spot.
Would not be restricted. The men engaged in sports such as discus, javelin, and boxing. After their workouts, the men would refresh themselves in cold water pools called frigidaria. Then they would soak in pools of warm water called coladeria. The coladeria were heated by wood-burning furnaces placed directly beneath the floors. There were rooms for resting, rooms with giant steam baths. Massages and body hair waxing were commonplaces too.
Imagine all the sounds coming from the bath right into my ears. People singing, breathing bells, getting massaged. And those are getting waxed won't stay quiet even for a minute. Excerpt from a letter written by the philosopher Seneca from his apartment above the bath.
Rich or poor, young or old, male or female, everyone came to the bath. Likewise, everyone went to the theater. Built in 12 AD, this beautiful and imposing structure provided a space for entertainment for the people of Ostia. This theater was commissioned by Agrippa, who was the son-in-law of the Emperor Augustus. It was originally built to seat 3,000 people. What does this reveal to us about Ostia? The number of seats gives us some idea of the size of the town at that time. Approximately 25,000 people at the start of the 2nd century.
And it's important in the rise of the town is very often, in fact, it continues to be rebuilt. under Claudius, under Commodus at the end of the 2nd century, and finally at the end of the 4th century, when it was used for water testing. These features mean myriad, and it was meant to be a very quick layer, was probably very pagan event. The beer was probably also used, apart from the clay, it was used for variety things.
Because restoration has continued this way to the present day, the theater is still being used. Professional actors and singers still take the stage in Austria, as well as visitors to the area, who, inspired by the grandeur of the theater, perform as so many have in the past. In antiquity, the actors were all men. They played the women's part as well as a male role. This did not pose a big problem since the performers used masks. These masks represented emotion, like fear or doubt. And the actors screamed them according to which the wanted to express.
Orchestra was played in these dark green spaces, probably was covered with white marble. And that's what we had to the stage. You can see the very elegant feeling of the wonderful realistic. Naturally, the stage would have been back to the poem, and helping the venue with the square. The poem was there with a permanent backdrop, the Spanish song. It could have served as the backdrop for all manner of success.
When the show ended, many men visited the local cabin to share a bottle of wine, or they went to a restaurant to buy beef. These shops were often housed beneath the apartment buildings. Though entertainment was readily available to the citizens, business was the business of Austria. The potential to make money brought people from all over the ancient world to this area. In the year 100 AD, compilation of the Kama Sutra had begun in India. In 105 AD, the Chinese perfected their invention of paper. And by 115 AD, the Greek writer Lucian had written the first quality account of the trip to the moon, which is contained in his book called The True History. 117 AD was one of the most important years in the history of Austria. It was in this year that the Emperor Hadrian came to power. Hadrian was responsible for transforming the town from a Roman military outpost to a cosmopolitan city. During Hadrian's 21-year reign, half of the city of Austria was built or renovated. An amateur architect, Hadrian was responsible for the building of the wall that bears his name, the glorious Pantheon of Rome, and many other places throughout the empire. Austria was his special exponent.
Those luxury apartments that exist they're both commercial buildings and religious buildings, and they're social buildings. And the great temple, which stands in its core almost complete by the forum, is also one huge view.
Hadrian's development plans for Austria were enormous. The work of actually building the buildings was performed by both free men and slaves. By the 2nd century, the use of slave labor was limited, mainly because the cost to keep them had become prohibitive. The idea of working with people as opposed to owning them was an idea that appealed to the Roman sense of life.
Of course, it was easier to control people by cooperation than by brute force, and Rome took an incredibly pragmatic view of the sparse culture that it controlled.
By virtue of trade and commerce, Ostia was a true multicultural city. Nowhere is this better represented than in the piazza of the corporation. The piazza was a grand and impressive space, covered by a large double-colonnaded portico. It was located directly behind the theater. The piazza served a dual purpose. Between acts of a show, people would stroll through the piazza, or they could take cover there if a sudden rainstorm forced them indoors. It also served as an office building for the many companies that did business in Austria. But the most impressive thing that can still be seen in the piazza today are the beautiful mosaics. What do these intricate works of art reveal to us? The relationship between Ostia and its port was clearly defined by these mosaics. All of the mosaics were done in black and white tile, and some were put up at different times. They were contributed to the city by the merchants and the shipbuilders that worked here in the port.
And they show us the major objects of the commerce came into Ostia, and from Ostia was shipped up to the enormous city of Rome. Among them we find amphorae from Mauritania to North Africa.
Almost
we
done
find
with the black set.
Animals for the circuses, like the elephant at the north end of the portico. And we find pictures of the ships that carried them. We find pictures of the lighthouse and mosaics showing ports on the far-flung edges of the empire.
What was the purpose of these elaborate designs? Some historians believe the
Are
mosaics
you
were
sure,
intended
dude?
as advertisements to be seen by the people who attended productions at the theater.
Oh, fuck.
Others think the
Have you
mosaics
checked
might have in
lately?
some way indicated the sponsorship of the theater. Whatever its true purpose, this piazza was the only one of its kind in the Roman Empire.
Oh, fuck.
Viewing the ruins today, one of the things that stands out about the city is the enormous warehouses called Horea. These storage spaces housed essential goods between the time they arrived at the port and were shipped to the capital. This one was called the Horea of Epagathia. Like most of the buildings in Ostia, it was constructed of plain bricks. But those bricks were used in an architecturally imaginative and decorative way. Though very well preserved, questions about the buildings still confound.
Well, Doc, we wonder about you all the time anyway. It's all good.
We don't always know at Ostia whether the facades would have been left.
I make a pretty lady too.
Or whether there would have been a covering of stucco to hide the bare bones of the brickwork. However, this craftsmanship is so well done that I like to believe that it was intended to be seen. And the combination of
I'd fit right in the Rocky Horror Show.
cornices, of projecting balconies, all work together to create a harmonious, unified whole and a very elegant facade for a very utilitarian, very workaday building.
Remains of most of the warehouses and much of the port can still be seen today.
The one thing we're missing is the actual unloading zone that must be lying there just beyond that bank in what was once the Tiber port, which has now been filled in and is no longer visible. This, in fact, is probably all the history. Where did they unload? Where
I ain't shaving my leg.
We know where the warehouses were. We know where the houses were. But we haven't exactly the idea of where the sort of docks and lighthouses
knobby knees and hairy
legs would have been found.
Most historians and archaeologists believe the remains of the docks in almost 1/3 of Ostia still remain buried. But it is unlikely those unseen ruins will ever be revealed. They are hidden under the Fiumicino airport, and it is doubtful the Italian government would ever choose to dig up this area.
That would require me to shave and all kinds of shit.
Trade was the lifeblood of the city. With so many sailors and merchants living in this harbor town, it would be logical to guess that prostitution would have been big business in Ostia. Yet, surprisingly, there's extremely little evidence of it. No building clearly designed as a brothel.
Yeah, I've seen
found
it.
in Pompeii has been identified.
I've posted it
But
several
would be
times.
naive to
It's one of my
conclude that
favorite
Ostia
clips
had
on
higher
YouTube.
moral standards
Thank you,
than
Noel.
other towns
I do
today.
appreciate that.
It is more likely that the brothel still remains to be found. But evidence of the importance of religious worship in the life of the people of Ostia can still easily be seen. While the mystery cult Mithraism was very popular, the Roman religion was the dominant form of worship.
Over there blowing glass.
And there were many ornate temples. The Emperor Hadrian commissioned a state temple to Jupiter, the chief god of Rome, on the site of the Forum at Ostia. It was also possible to find a synagogue in Ostia, and by around 350 AD, a Christian church.
The Romans were interested in the peace of the gods, in the general agreement of all possible imaginable gods. And the only thing they couldn't stand was exclusivity. This, of course, was the major problem with the Jews and the Christians, whose
Welcome to Coast AM's YouTube channel. I'm George Dory. Like, share, and subscribe. Also find us on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and coasttocoastam.com. Become a Coast Insider.
I don't know if this is Shepherd or not.
To thousands of shows you'll really enjoy. Leonard David joins us. We're going to talk about some strange things happening in space.
Doesn't sound like it.
One of his books is called Mission to Mars. Guess what we're going to talk about next on Coast to Coast AM. Hey, and welcome back to Coast to Coast. George Dory with you. Leonard David back with us after a 4-year hiatus. So we're
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Sometimes you want speedy, but reliable. State-of-the-art, but dependable. In other words, you want a hybrid. So do telcos. That's why they're going hybrid with IBM. A hybrid cloud approach with Watson AI helps them roll out new innovations anywhere without losing speed. From telco to transportation, businesses are going with a smarter hybrid cloud, using the tools, platform, and expertise.
All right, I give up. I'm pathetic. $4,000 double A's. Jesus. A lot of fucking batteries. Back to spot.
And didn't fit in with the idea that all gods, like all people, could be made to cooperate for the empire.
But the people of Ostia did not fully escape religious persecution. Christianity gained a foothold during the 4th century, fueled by reported miracles and executions. A jailed Roman official who had embraced Christianity was visited in prison by a priest. After the visit, the official's chains miraculously loosened. Soldiers on guard, overwhelmed by what they had witnessed, immediately converted to Christianity and were baptized. News of this wondrous event, along with a story that a dead boy was brought back to life, reached Rome. Angry officials were sent to Ostia to investigate. When they refused to renounce their faith, the soldiers, the jailed official, and 3 others were put to death. In Ostia, as in Rome itself, the dead were buried outside of town. The burial area was known as Isola Sacra, or Sacred Island. This necropolis is a unique example of a necropolis of the Roman imperial age. The necropolis was used by the people of Ostia, rich and poor, for almost 250 years. Most often the people would be buried in urns called amphora that were buried directly in the earth. Other tombs were more elaborate, with multiple chambers, bas-reliefs, ornate paintings, and mosaics. What else does this necropolis reveal to us? By examining the tombs, scholars have discovered that 2 different funeral rites were performed in Ostia. The most simple was direct burial. The body was either placed directly in the ground or placed in a tomb. Some tombs resembled coffins, others looked like truncated pyramids. But the most common practice was cremation, with the ashes being placed in a chamber. Some chambers were simple, while others were large and elaborate. The reliefs and inscriptions on the tombs give us a bit of insight about the people who lived in Ostia. For example, this relief depicts a scene of a baby being delivered by a midwife. This scene shows a surgeon performing an operation. Hundreds of reliefs and inscriptions like these show us that Ostia was at one time a busy, thriving town. But like the rest of the ancient port city, the necropolis was buried by silt and debris. It was unearthed during Mussolini's great excavation period. Over 200 tombs have been discovered, yet there are but a few that experts believe still remain to be found in this necropolis. Over about 300 years, a historically short period of time, Ostia went from a rich and powerful port to a neglected, abandoned wasteland.
33 degrees in La Junta right now.
While Rome enjoyed its status as the head of the world, The conquering of such vast and far-off territories had dire consequences for the empire. And as the tides turned against Rome,
fucking winter?
The good fortune of Ostia
Ordered
turned
this
as
shit.
well. By the 3rd century AD, Greek leadership and invasions by Germanic tribes combined to create a state of anarchy in the capital. The Emperor Diocletian secured control of the fragmented empire in 284 AD. He established order and divided the empire into 2 distinct halves, eastern and western, each with its own ruler. Diocletian's successor was the Emperor Constantine. But Constantine was forced to seize the reins of power.
Is that a fucking frog?
Maxentius had declared
On my
himself
weather?
emperor, controlling Italy and Africa.
Wait, that's not
Fighting
really
for his rightful
seasonable.
claim,
It's not.
Constantine saw a huge cross in the wartime sky.
Is it normal?
Received what he claimed was combining military strategy and spiritual
It's
conversion.
on the damn weather thing. It's like there's a frog sitting here, and I'm all like, it's fucking December.
On October
Look
28th,
here in the spring or
312
summer.
3 years later, Constantine declared Christianity the state religion.
What the fuck is
Within
this
9
frog
years,
doing?
Constantine seized control of the
So he's
eastern
sitting
half
there
of the empire.
drinking.
He then hastened the end of Rome's supremacy.
He's sitting there drinking.
By moving the capital
He's
east to
literally
the city
sitting there
he named
drinking. He's got the XX cider.
now called Istanbul.
Look at that shit. Look,
Finally,
look,
Portis
he got the XX cider.
under control. And that is really the death knell of in commercial or economic terms. It
This is
is
my
no
weather
longer even
forecast.
officially or formally known as the Port
I
of
suppose
Rome.
while I'm out, I should
And
probably pick
for
up
that
some
reason,
rum.
it no longer has the economic activity, and so it no longer can support such a population. At this time, the
Oh my
population of
God,
Rome
that's
was
good
beginning
shit.
to decline as well. So the falling off is gradual, but it is quite definite and unstoppable once the decline has set in.
Millions of batteries.
Huge armies of barbarian mercenaries broke through neglected fortifications along Rome's northern borders.
All right, so I
Descended on
got
the city.
less than an hour before
410
Shepard's
AD,
show,
Rome was sacked for the first
and I'm cooling the kiln. I got to run to the store. I got one fucking cigar, and it's the hottest part of the day. Fucking cold out.
Was a very important economic and when Rome began to decline, the fortunes of Austria fell into the so that by the early Middle Ages,
Who looks fucked up? I'm not fucked up. I ain't been drinking nothing. Don't start with me. I don't drink juice very often. It's just milk, water, coffee, fucking coffee. You know what I love? Coffee. Take a walk in the snow. No. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to drive. Fuck, I'm just going to leave the shit running. I got to make stuff. Shit, what time is it? Yeah, I got to make stuff still. So got chestnut. He got the double X cider, man. It wasn't me. I didn't do it. Don't fucking do it. That's some funny shit. I'm gonna go get drunk with my frog. I'm gonna come back and listen to Shepherd. Man, I can't find last night's show with him on it. I'll have to look around. I'll find it. I wanted to hear it, but I fell asleep. I went to sleep. Look at me. I'm thinking about it. Trying to go to sleep. I suppose I can relate with that. Come think of it. I mean, I drink 2 pots a day sometimes. I like it with chocolate and milk. It's just delicious. Yeah, tonight's show is up, but I'd like to hear. You have a link to last night's show? I should have asked you. I've been trying for the last hour to find one, and that's what I've been doing since I finished the draft. I sat down, tried to find his show, and every time I sit down, I've been sitting here fighting with the damn thing, talking about, God, I'm stupid. I'm fucking pathetic. I can't even find a radio show. Uh-oh, Patches is excited about something. Oh, I got a message. I'll bet you that's you, isn't it, Cat? Let's open that up. See if I can. Good Lord. Thank you.
This is the land.
No! Not that one. Silly. Oh, it's Persia. We got 45 minutes. Not that show. He was on Coast to Coast last night.
A place of adventure, of mighty temples and palaces built by powerful kings. A land
I've been trying to get his show he did last night with George Norrie.
The other is Iran, isolated, proud, defiant, especially of foreign interference. Western documentary scenes seldom given access. But I'm a British journalist, and
I couldn't find that show.
Rare opportunity
I was on the show yesterday.
And discover its complex history and culture.
It wasn't nearly as good as the Homebrew show.
Like
he should call in more often.
Edge of the Western imagination in the Old Testament, or battling Alexander and the Romans in classical history. But the ripples of Persia's art and language have traveled outward throughout the world, transforming.
Nah, I can get that one. I'm on his channel right now, waiting for him to go live. Although I'm probably hitting the store first. I'm down my last cigar.
Start at the birthplace of Persian civilization.
We're about down to half a gallon of milk.
And
and once I warm this kiln up, I don't want to fucking run to the store.
Persia's great kings built a vast empire and a rich culture that became the envy of the ancient world. I'll find out how they did.
I even joined our Heart Radio and couldn't find it. Then they kept throwing commercials at me, and I was like,
Persians built a new Islamic empire.
Fuck you, internet.
Come with me on to reveal Iran's fascinating ancient past.
That's how I saw that shit. Google. a Yeti cup. I have a Yeti hat. When it gets cold, I put my fucking hat on. It was crocheted. I don't know who did that. Some lady here in town, I guess.
When the 1979 revolution came to Iran, Ayatollah Khomeini transformed it into an Islamic republic. The country has been.
I didn't see it.
West ever since.
When you look at modern Iran, when you see it surrounded by hostile.
A sacrilege, cat.
By countries that are
fuck, you're tired. Do some push-ups, then you'd be tired.
Iran would like to remind you that there was a time that we were, well, not only we stopped at the top table, we were the host of the top table. And look at this.
Get your sleep. I fell asleep last night. I was gonna stay up and blow glass and listen to the show, and I was out.
The Persian civilization and
Done. Done dealing.
Once we envied the ancient world. But over the centuries, Persia was invaded again and again by brutal conquerors, greedy for her land.
Nice. That's a big tumbler.
They brought
for God's sake.
New laws, new languages, and new religion. But Persian culture survived, even thrived.
I only got 1 ounce for $36.
Today, Iranian
the wedding cake
is as strong as it was when this began.
It's fucking.
They are the only people
delicious.
Who preserve their identity and language, despite waves of invasion and revolution.
If you look at the people of North Africa,
do some jumping jacks. I see that with my kid all the time. Push-ups, boy. Yeah.
It's Persian.
Kids are fun.
By the way, there's something special.
So I gotta make a bunch of pendants tonight too. Mushroom pendants, mushrooms, bunch of different color fucking mushroom pendants. I gotta start on a Star Wars themed chess set. I gotta figure out versus.
It's called the shop.
And who's gonna be what? I'm thinking ships or people. I can go either way or both. Combination of each. Make little Jawas, stormtroopers, fucking sword peoples.
Characters are
I don't know.
mythical and part historical. And the book tells them
maybe like the bishops will be stormtroopers and Jedis. And then the kings would be like
romantic. It's really a most magnificent grown-up.
It'd be the Sith Lord, technically, wouldn't it? The king on the dark side, that would be the Sith Lord, and the Queen. Of course, we all know who that would be, right? Yeah, that's right. Darth the bitch.
It's a masterpiece of Persian literature.
I don't know. Where's the cape? But yeah, I suppose we could go with Luke and Leia, but that's kind of incestual, which is pretty royal, isn't it?
I'm starting my journey here in Iran.
She got bunhead. She's a double bunhead.
I'm in a South Tehran tea house where 1,000-year-old storybook is about to come alive today.
All right, I'm off to the store.
Kings, part myth, part epic history, and Iranians can't get enough of it. It's central to their sense of identity. If you want to
let me see. What time? How long I got? I got about 40 minutes. I will. Y'all, see you in about a half hour. I'm going to go ahead and kill this. Unless you want to hang out. I suppose you probably want to hang out. There's a bunch of them here.
Told by storytellers.
Alright. I'll be back. I can't promise what you're listening to, though. Shit.
And the man who wrote it would have been astonished that his life's work still be performed read thousands of years.
Y'all, yeah, that's. You guys do that while I'm blowing glass anyway. Oh, nice. You're on a 2-hour program.
He was called Abul Qasim Ferdowsi.
You have something to listen to.
Handed down
Ancient
from
Peru.
one generation to the next, his epic book became Iran's national myth. Ferdowsi took 30 years to write the Shahnameh.
Well, I was thinking doing ships too, but I
traveled far beyond the borders.
R2D2 as a pawn would fucking go over real well. Because I'm trying to keep it a low budget set.
Speaking Urdu, a language closely related to Farsi. And in the Indian
You're very welcome. Enjoy the show, and I will be back shortly.
As conquerors, as bringers of culture, as religious refugees.
I want to find out how Ferdowsi's stories protected Persian language and culture from repeated attempts to destroy them. But first, I'm going to explore the fabled civilizations that emerged in this region.
Fucked up outside right now. Fucking snowy. You guys got snow up there, Pollyanna?
Was born. Our story starts over 3,000 years ago with some ancient plumbing.
Well, R2D2. Yeah, he might have to be a pawn or something.
An underwater tunnel that was dug.
What would go well with the fucking
from the mountains right here to where people
I have to think of an evil droid, maybe the little box droid or some shit.
And it's still icy cold in it.
Totally wrong. It's fucking snowed like a foot here. I don't like it. Anyway, I gotta go. I'll be right back. Hopefully.
They allowed people to put down roots, to start making art, crafting beautiful objects such as this ornamental axe head, adorned with the tiny figures of 2 wrestlers. Or this figurine of a mysterious, stocky warrior dressed in snakeskin. Archaeologists have nicknamed him Scarface. But the skills of these early people went far beyond the ability to fashion bronze and gold. They also made extraordinary monuments, like this. I've come to explore the ziggurat of Chogha in Iran's southwestern desert. The people who built it were called the Elamites, and they attached great spiritual importance to mountains. Where there were no mountains, they built their own. This was constructed over 3,000 years ago.
This place is such a beautiful mystery, relic of a lost world, and I'm trying to imagine it as it was, bustling with temples to the many Elamite gods and goddesses, and the brickwork burnished with gold and silver, statement of power by its king.
Time, wind, and sun have since taken their toll, but the temple was once full of beautiful objects and statues devoted to the Elamite gods. The bull was central to Elamite culture. In early Iranian creation myths, it was the first animal in the world. The Elamites worshipped a bull god called Inshushina. and their kings constructed ziggurats like this to worship him. In its shadow, archaeologists found this blue quartz pendant, polished and etched with 2 Elamite figures.
This is a really remarkable and absolutely unique piece of stoneworking because it depicts an image of the king and then his daughter. And we rarely see women coming to the fore, of course, Elamite sources, unfortunately. So here we have one, and she's named as well as Ba'udu. And there she is standing diminutively. She's depicted on a much smaller scale in front of her father. But the fact that she's there at all, her presence, is really quite remarkable. In an age really where women just get bypassed in the royal record, we know of very, very few Elamite queens or princesses.
Archaeologists made other finds too, taking us even closer to the people who once worshipped here.
This footprint is over 3,000 years old. It's tempting to believe it belongs to Bar-Uli, the daughter of King Shilak in Shushanak, who gave her the pendant. Perhaps she came here with her father to worship, to watch the bloody sacrifices carried out by priests to gratify the Elamite gods.
But Choga is much more than a temple. It's a book designed to be read by future generations. This is the writing of the Elamites, called cuneiform. There are thousands of engraved bricks. Only nobody knew what the writing meant until the 19th century, when archaeologists unlocked their secrets.
The Choga inscriptions are very repetitive in many respects, but they're important because what they do is quite literally stamp the authority of the king onto the building itself. So every brick essentially is saying, I am the king of Elam, the king of kings.
The ziggurat of Choga is testimony to the sophistication of the Elamite civilization, a civilization that was not only literate, but gave rise to one of the world's first urban cultures. I'm now traveling a few miles north of Choga to explore what remains of the Elamite capital city, Susa.
If you want to understand the complexities of Persian culture, then you couldn't come to a better place than Susa. I'm really aware of the hum of the modern city of Shush in the background, and the ruins of this Elamite city are known to archaeologists as the 15th city because they're the earliest of 15 distinctive sets of eras and ruins on this site, dating back to at least 1500 BC.
Excavations first started here during the 19th century. Among the finds, this bronze of 2 Elamite worshippers. In her left hand, the woman clutches a bird whose significance is unknown to us.
It's incredible how rich the land around here is with these pieces of Elamite culture. So just lying on the ground, we've spotted stuff and picked them up, like this piece of blue glazed pottery, which is this amazing colour. And then this, you can see the grooves in it, and we've been told by the guide it's the lid of a storage jar that would have contained something like
rice. Stories about the wealth of Susa spread throughout the ancient world, and soon her enemies began to circle. To the north, the Medians, and to the east, the warmongering Persians led by King Cyrus. This glazed relief shows a Persian warrior ready for battle. It was during the 7th century BC that King Cyrus led his mighty army to first overthrow the Medians and then the Elamites after he captured their capital.
With the defeats of both kingdoms, Cyrus became Cyrus the Great, and
his descendants built a new capital here at Susa.
The Elamites were now subjects of a new empire, the Persian Empire. The centuries have been unkind to what Cyrus and his successors built here. Susa eventually disappeared into the sands of time until it re-emerged after archaeologists started digging here in 1850. What they discovered here was vast. I want to give you an idea of exactly how vast those buildings were.
I know what you're thinking. This building looks remarkably well preserved. Is it a fortress? Is it a palace? This is the Chateau de Suse.
The chateau was built in the 1890s on the orders of a French archaeologist, Jean-Marie Jacques de Morgan. Morgan needed somewhere secure for his excavation team and their finds while they worked on the Susa site.
He thought, what could be safer than a French castle? And he decided to use the ancient bricks from all around here at Susa and from the ziggurats at Chogazanbil to build this place. From 15 different buildings up to 3,000 years old. And once you know, you start seeing it everywhere, like this one. These are bits of glazed ceramic, probably from a temple or a palace.
It's not just glazed bricks. If you look carefully, many bear the language of cuneiform. From the Elamite capital of Susa to the city built by Cyrus to replace it, right through to the early Islamic period, this single building contains the span of Persian ancient history.
The bricks have all ended up in this pastiche of a French medieval fortress, a fitting symbol of how colonial era archaeologists saw themselves as superior protectors of civilization while desecrating ancient sites like Susa.
So if you can, put the archaeological vandalism aside for a moment. Imagine the palaces and temples once constructed from this enormous quantity of bricks. It would have looked truly monumental. Susa was once one of the Persian Empire's greatest capital cities. After Susa, Cyrus the Great conquered the city of Babylon in 539 BC, and we know this because of what archaeologists found there, the world's earliest example of political spin.
This is known as the Cyrus cylinder, and it's an exact copy, but the original is kept in the British Museum. And here, inscribed in all these tiny lines of cuneiform, is a piece of propaganda, a kind of compact trophy, which describes how Cyrus overcame his enemies, not through violence, but through showing tolerance towards the people and their gods.
My vast army marched into Babylon in peace. I did not permit anyone to frighten the people, and sought the welfare of Babylon and all its sacred places.
So this is very clearly some Persian spin. It was conquest, but presented very much as a liberation of people. And it's come to affect how for generations we've regarded Cyrus the Great. We absolutely bought into his propaganda campaign.
The Cyrus cylinder is one of the world's earliest examples of propaganda, but Cyrus's policy of tolerance did have an impact on different religious populations, one in particular, the Jews.
The Jews who were brought to Babylon by the previous Babylonian king were allowed to go back to their homeland. So Cyrus enjoys a particularly important position, both for us Iranians as well as for Christians and also the Jewish people.
Susa is one of the world's oldest cities. People have lived here for over 6,000 years. And it was not only home to Persia's great kings, but to one of the Bible's greatest heroes. Not far from the chateau can be found this unusual structure. It is, or is believed to be, the tomb of Daniel, famous for his stay in the lion's den in the Old Testament. Jews and Muslims honor Daniel as a virtuous man who maintained his religious beliefs throughout the long years of exile in Babylon, living to see the liberation that Cyrus promised on his cylinder.
As a child, one of my favorite stories in the Bible was that of Daniel in the lion's den. And here in Susa is where he died, and this is his tomb, and it's incredible to find that out. This place has become a site of pilgrimage for Muslims, for Christians, and for Jews. And after they were freed by Cyrus, many Jews chose to remain and are still here today. It may come as a surprise to learn that the largest community of Jews in the Middle East outside of Israel is here in Iran.
So what happened to Cyrus and this first Persian Empire? To find out, I'm going to travel many miles east into the deserts of central Iran to Pasargad. Pasargad was where Cyrus made his capital. Now all that survives is his tomb, remarkably modest for the founder of what was the biggest empire the world had ever seen.
The Persian Empire at its height stretched from Greece to the Indus, from the Oxus through to what we would now know as Libya. And this is vast in the ancient world.
Iranian visitors flock here, particularly during the holidays, to see the tomb of the king who not only founded the Persian Empire, but its people's sense of national identity.
The tomb of Cyrus lay at the center of a huge formal walled garden, known in Persian as a paradis, from which we get the word paradise. And although it's hard to imagine right now, this was once surrounded by lush greenery and flowing waters, a statement of Cyrus's civilizing power against the wild desert beyond.
A clue to what Cyrus's great garden once looked like can be found in the familiar design of Persian carpets today. Many are based on his garden's layout. Imagine Cyrus's tomb in the center, surrounded by statues of fantastic birds and beasts. Canals supplied water for ponds, flowers, and trees, which provided shade on hot summer days. His gardens have long since perished. But Cyrus did attempt to secure his family's legacy. He carved a simple inscription in 3 different forms of cuneiform: Elamite, Babylonian, and a brand new script named after this new Persian dynasty, the Achaemenids.
The words are very simple. I, Cyrus the king, an Achaemenid.
This was a declaration that Cyrus the Great's vast new empire was under the rule of the Achaemenids, a Persian royal dynasty. Cyrus the Great may have forged the first Persian Empire, but in 515 BC, it was his successor, Darius I, who built the jewel in its crown. The legendary city of Persepolis. Darius was the greatest royal architect of his dynasty. Even in its ruined state, the imposing gateways, monumental columns, and exquisite reliefs leave you in no doubt about the message Darius wanted to project. His empire heralded a new world order. Darius was also famous for many firsts. He dug the first Suez Canal, introduced standardized weights and measures, and coinage too. It was this administrative genius that earned him the title Darius the Great. Archaeologists have found tablets here at Persepolis showing careful record keeping and rates of exchange for payments in kind. To his subjects who admired this administrative flair, their emperor was known as Darius the Shopkeeper. Darius didn't bother to fortify Persepolis. He didn't need to. All his enemies had been defeated. And here are the enemies his dynasty had overcome, all subject to the Persian king. A real highlight of Persepolis is this magnificent frieze which shows 23 subject peoples of the Persian Empire queuing up to bring their tributes to the king. In incredible detail on their faces and costumes, you can see they come from everywhere from southeastern Europe to down here. These 5 are from Sindh in India, modern Pakistan, bringing gold dust and spices and battle axes. And over there are figures from Nubia, bringing elephant tusks and a giraffe. Persepolis was a masterpiece of imperial architecture, and you might assume Darius exploited a vast army of slaves to build it. But archaeologists made a surprising discovery.
There were lots of people working at Persepolis. We also have tablets from Persepolis which reveal a lot of interesting information about the workmen, the salaries, how they were paid in kind, and also women worked at Persepolis. We know that, for example, women were overseeing some particular parts of the structure, and in one case, one woman gives birth to twins, and she receives a special allowance for maternity. And so it's all very interesting how he produced this enormous palace.
The imposing entrance to Persepolis is where King Xerxes, Darius's successor, inscribed a message that left every visitor in no doubt about power and ambition of his empire. It reads, "I am Xerxes, the great king, king of kings, king of the lands of many people, king of this great earth far and wide." Xerxes I called this his gateway of all nations, and for anyone arriving at Persepolis, there is a real sense of the whole world passing through here, from the clearly Assyrian figures guarding each side of the gateway to the classical columns that you could recognize, to the graffiti on the walls from travelers coming through here from India, people from the British Empire, from America, from Europe, all these travelers who came through here from the 19th century onwards. For them, Persepolis must have been their first gateway to understanding Persia. It wasn't just architecture that projected a Canaanid wealth and culture. These beautiful decorative objects made of solid gold are 2,500 years old.
This is the apex of sophistication. We have objects of gold, fritra, drinking vessels, kind of like a sangria jug, I suppose, which you pour the wine directly into your mouth. And we have cups that sit absolutely perfectly in balance in the palm of your hand, chased in gold and silver. We have jewelry upon jewelry of all the most semi-precious stones that Persia could pile together.
Tales of the city's untold wealth grew in their telling. And soon Persepolis became an object of Greek desire. The decision not to fortify Persepolis proved to be its undoing. The white marks on this pillar are a clue to what happened next. When limestone is subjected to intense heat, it turns white. In 330 BC, the Macedonians, led by Alexander the Great, invaded Persia and burnt Persepolis to the ground. Why did Alexander destroy Persepolis? It wasn't about the wealth. The treasurer had offered him the city's riches, and Alexander spent 2 months looting them. He burned Persepolis to the ground because it was a shrine and the mother city of Persian culture. Alexander wanted to obliterate Persian resistance and identity once and for all. With the destruction of Persepolis, it was as if Alexander wanted to completely erase the memory of Darius and the kings who once lived here. And he succeeded. They vanished entirely from history. Centuries later, when visitors wandered the ruins and encountered statues of strange, fantastical beasts, they imagined that mythical kings, not the Achaemenids, had ruled the Persian Empire. By the 10th century, Abul Qasim Ferdowsi, the master storyteller I met in Tehran, collected the tales of these fairy tale kings and put them in a book called the Shahnameh. Ferdowsi's mythical version of Persia's history doesn't credit Darius for building Persepolis, but this godlike king called Jamshid. So who is Jamshid?
این توش که میگن یه پادشاه افسانه‌ای بوده، نه اینکه واقعی باشه که توی شاهنامه فردوسی بهش اشاره شده.
در واقع بر دیوها مسلط بوده و دیوها برای جمشید کاخ می‌ساختن از جنس سنگ.
جمشید همیشه یه تخت داشته که سربازاش از این سمت به اون سمت حملش می‌کردن و این باعث شد که فکر کنن اینجا این فرد جمشیده و اینم تختشه و به همین خاطر به اون گفتن تخت جمشید.
According to the Shahnameh, Jamshid is responsible for the creation of Nowruz, the unique Persian New Year celebrated to this day to mark the start of spring at the end of March. There's even a theory that Persepolis was built to celebrate this annual festival. All over Iran, families set out a table like this, filled with 7 symbols of prosperity and renewal, including fruit, money, and, well, the wine's been replaced by vinegar since the Islamic conquest. But Nowruz is Jamshid's enduring legacy. Jamshid was one of the first mythical kings in the Shahnameh. He was responsible for many miraculous inventions, including New Year. And he was able to do this, Ferdowsi tells us, because he was possessed by a special quality called far.
Far could be described as a light. It is God-given. It comes from above. Radiance streams from the ruler. Now that's a metaphor. It didn't actually happen. But when you see it in the visual arts, it's often shown in the form of a halo. And we understand that. We have a halo around sacred figures in Christianity.
Until recently, this symbol at Persepolis, a winged man, was believed to be a representation of the deity worshipped by the Achaemenids, the Zoroastrian god Ahura Mazda, the wise lord, the lord of wisdom. Scholars now believe that this figure might actually be a visual representation of Far made flesh. But this definition of kingship, a king who rules with God's blessing, is double-edged. The king with Far rules well, but the king who loses Far rules badly and can rightly be deposed.
When Jamshid became arrogant and started to present himself as the supreme power God in a way, he was punished, and he was punished in the way that the glory or the fire flew away from him in the shape of a bird.
And this says something, I think, about the Persian way of thinking of history. It's ever changing. It's always cyclic. There is rise and fall. There is rise and fall.
It would be nearly 2,000 years before archaeologists excavated Persepolis. After deciphering the cuneiform language, Darius and the Achaemenids were restored to their rightful place in history. Just a few kilometers away, there's another site that tells a similar story, but with a surprise twist. This necropolis was where 4 Achaemenid kings were brought for burial. Their huge tombs are cut into the cliff face. This is Darius's tomb, the king who built Persepolis. Darius's hand is raised in recognition of his own imperial power, which hovers before him. The inscription reads, "If now you wonder how many countries did King Darius hold, look at the sculptures and you will know."
If you count them, there are 26 men. But like at Persepolis, the original events depicted here were forgotten and replaced with stories from the Shahnameh.
Once again, real history was replaced by mythology, courtesy of Ferdowsi and his Shahnameh. In the way Persepolis was actually founded by Darius, but attributed to King Jamshid, so this burial site was credited to another fantasy hero. His carving is to be found just beneath Darius's tomb. He's called Rostam.
That's Rostam there on horseback on the right, a warrior, a hero of incredible strength, a kind of Persian Hercules. With his great horse Raksh, Rostam rages through the first half of the Shahnameh, defeating dragons, demons, and all the enemies of Iran.
He may not have much up top, but he's got plenty of muscle. You can really rely on him. So he becomes a kind of foundation stone for the Shahnameh. And the reason he can do that is that he just doesn't die. So his worst enemy is the white deed, the absolute incandescent essence of evil. Killing the white deed is killing the evil in all of us. It is a straightforward moral victory.
Many Iranians know this site as Naksh-i-Rostam, the place of Rostam. With cowering enemies kneeling before his powerful horse, this figure looks every inch like the mythical hero of old.
It's easy to see why people came to believe these carvings portrayed the exploits of Rostam, but none of them represent him at all. In fact, they date from 500 years after Alexander the Great destroyed Persepolis and the Achaemenid Empire.
So if this figure isn't Rostam, who is he? He is in fact another real Persian king, Shapur I. And his story is to be found in the closing pages of the Shahnameh. The first half of the book is a sort of mythic preface, where dynasties like the Achaemenids and the Parthians who followed them are largely left out. It's only towards the end where we encounter real history and real kings like Shapur I, who's from a Persian dynasty of rulers called the Sasanians.
So this is the next kind of indigenous Iranian dynasty, which Ferdowsi clearly sees as a good thing because they really are Iranian to their fingertips. So Ferdowsi spins this really interesting web of stories around the historical figures of the Sasanian kings. So now myth and legend finally gives way to history proper.
I'm heading into the Zagros Mountains in the southwest of Iran to find out more about the Sasanians. It's an hour's climb. But what's hidden there, I'm told, is unmissable. And it is. 7 meters high, chiseled out of a single stalagmite. This is the very same king who was carved into the rock face I saw earlier. He was crowned in the year 240 AD. Shapur I. He looks like a god, doesn't he, with his crown, his flowing locks. You can see that strong arm on his weapon belt, staring out at the landscape. But this is no god. Shapur I is making a statement and setting out his Sasanian dynasty to rule Persia for centuries to come. In the Shahnameh, Ferdowsi talks about him as this great king. He is the very embodiment of Ba, the divine right to rule, appointed by God. Like the pupil of an eye, Shapur stands at the mouth of the cave, looking out across his empire. Determined posterity will never forget what he achieved. Shapur ruled for over 30 years. He built many cities during his reign, but perhaps the most remarkable was the city he named after himself, Bishapur. Unlike Persepolis, very little has been excavated. But these lone commemorative columns bear witness to what was once here. Written in Sasanian script is the declaration of Shapur's brand new city. Under the Sasanians, Zoroastrianism became Iran's official religion. Above ground, the crumbling remains of a fire temple where an eternal flame once burned. But below ground can be found a temple of quite another kind. The most intriguing aspect of this underground temple are the 4 corridors that run all the way around it, with these channels clearly for flowing water. And there's a direct link to the river, which is why this site is thought to be sacred to the water goddess, Anahita. This silver gilt plate absolutely captures the magnificence of Sasanian craftsmanship. It's the goddess Anahita swimming, surrounded by male attendants, draped in ornate jewelry, her hair twisted into braids, and with her swelling hips very much a symbol of fertility too. It's a glimpse into an ancient Persia where women were worshipped. Even in its ruinous state, you can sense the vaulting ambition, the unshakable confidence of Shapur. But his greatest achievement wasn't building cities. It was this, recorded in stone in a gorge nearby, the epic saga of Shapur's triumphs over Rome. In this remarkable relief, you can see his victories against 3 Roman emperors. First, he's trampling on the body of Gordian here. He's also taking a truce from Philip the Arab. And behind, he's taking the Emperor Valerian prisoner. And as if to add insult to injury, above it all, a Roman cherub handing him his symbol of victory. But unlike Gordian, Valerian was taken alive. According to the Shahnameh, this is what happened to Valerian. Shapur flattened the evil emperor's pavilion. His men set fires on all sides throughout the Roman camp, and the skies seemed to come down to the earth. They split his ears with a knife and bored a hole through his nose, in which they put a piece of wood of the kind by which a camel is led. But this is Ferdowsi's sidestepping real history. It's true that Valerian was taken prisoner and brought here to Bishapur, but after that, well, Roman historians have come up with a variety of grisly outcomes, including the possibility that he was flayed alive and his skin stuffed with straw. But it seems more likely that he was treated well by Shapur. Still, Valerian never went back to Rome. After his capture, Valerian's legionaries were soon put to work building Shapur's new city. When Bishapur was excavated in the 19th century, the city's surviving chambers were found decorated in mosaics like these, in the Roman style. And when they weren't making mosaics, the legionaries were set to work improving roads, dams, and building bridges like this one, 400 miles to the north. A testament to Roman engineering, much of the bridge still stands. Its crumbling arches are a magnet for locals who sit on the river's edge to relax and enjoy the warm summer evenings. This is one of those places where I really feel Persia ancient and modern meet. Iranian families picnicking, paddling, speedboating in the river against the ruins of Valerian's bridge. Many kings followed Shapur, and these rock reliefs nearby depict his successors. I know what you're thinking. They all look remarkably similar. From bronze sculptures to coins to stone effigies, each king was portrayed Shapur's style, a crown set upon flowing locks. The Sasanians were masters of marketing themselves as Persia's new rulers. But they had enemies. In the north and east, tribal warlords, the Huns and Turks, began to threaten the Persian Sasanian Empire. To protect their borders, the Sasanians embarked on their biggest ever building project, a great wall. It's long since disappeared, but the outline of the forts that defended it have survived. I'm standing on what remained of the Great Wall of Gorgan, one of the greatest human defensive walls ever constructed. It's on Iran's northern border with what is now Turkmenistan. It's 1,000 years older than the Great Wall of China, and at 200 kilometers in length, it's far longer than any wall the Romans ever built. Built in the 5th century, the wall once stretched from the mountains on Persia's eastern borders to the Caspian Sea. With a water-filled ditch dug in front, this was a walled fortress protected by nearly 40 forts, manned by a garrison of soldiers some archaeologists have estimated to be around 30,000 men. This mighty wall crossed plains, hilltops, and in places, deep gorges. It was an extraordinary feat of engineering. Most of the wall had fallen prey to looters over the centuries, so hardly anything remains. But if you know where to look, there are sections that have survived. Here the wall crosses a river, and I've come to take a closer look at the original brick structure, where archaeologists are hard at work.
Walking across the farmland up above, I had no idea what I would see. Now I've come down, and I realised I walked down through levels of centuries in history. There's 6 meters of topsoil I can now see that's accumulated over the remains of what is obviously a well-constructed military dam. And this fortification of real bricks, you can see it stretching out, turning into the bridge there. And it would have gone all the way up over those mountains. And I just find it incredible to think this was the frontier of the Persian Empire, stretching for 200 miles east and west. And all that remains are a few tantalizing fragments.
I've come to meet archaeologist Dr. Umrani to find out more about its construction.
و از نشان میشفت از شاخصهای مهم دیوار گرگان ساختش با آجره به در میشفت که نسبت به دیوار چین وقتی مقایسه میکنیم با دیوار هاردیان و دیوار آنتونی که خب همونطور که اشاره کردم خب ما گفتیم دیوار گرگان توی دشت گرگان توسط میگم که دشت گرگان لوسه اکسید آهن بله چون اکسید آهن داره با نمک خب این خاک وقتی که با کاه ترکیب میشه کاهی که بخواد پوشه‌ای که توی دشت گرگان فراوونه با این گل قاطی میشه و این گل میره تو کوره آجرپزی خب منابع تاریخی هم به شرط ممارسات هم گفتن یک ماری شبیه ماری که توی دشت گرگان در حرکت میکنه مثلا دریا میره.
The Gorgon Wall is testimony to the engineering skills and military organization of the Sasanian Empire, and for 200 years it kept the Huns and Turks at bay. But ultimately, the empire depended on the ability of its kings rather than a wall to defend it.
No dynasty could last forever, and the Sasanians were no exception. According to Ferdowsi, the last few were a decadent bunch of kings whose cruel and evil deeds led to the decline and fall of the Persian Empire.
Ferdowsi's aim in the stories of the Sasanian kings is to show again that nothing is everlasting in Iran's history, that kings can rule with far and be aware of themselves and be aware of their relationship to a higher power, but how transient that can be.
The last years of the Sasanian dynasty were marked by years of civil war in which 4 kings and 2 queens ruled for no more than a few months each before their lives ended in violence. And when they weren't fighting each other, the Sasanians were kept busy guarding their northern and western borders against attack. The sheer length and scale of the Gorgon Wall demonstrates just how big a threat they faced.
In one sense, the Sasanian kings were right to build this great wall. There was a tribal nomadic army on the march. A storm was heading this way, but it was to come from the west. They built this barrier in the wrong part of the country.
I had to get some lunch too. Motherfucking hungry. Hey, I suppose I'm late.
At the beginning of the 7th century, far away in the Arabian Peninsula, a trader named Muhammad began to receive what was believed to be a series of revelations from God.
Restricted messages.
The revelations ultimately formed the basis of the Quran, and a small but radical movement would rise to change Persia.
Okay, thank you very much, and keep doing what you're talking about. Oh, I was one of the first ones to buy the DVD.
Oh, awesome, man.
That's awesome.
Yeah. I I'm home.
I haven't got it, right? But I went to take, and I didn't realize that there was an
We got a
autograph
shepherd going on.
because when I came in
And lunch.
on the page on YouTube, I pressed it was the day up.
I guess we missed the opening. Oh yeah,
So, I was
about 10, 15 minutes.
I haven't gotten it, but
You're
Yeah,
in
it's dog
Toronto,
park.
right? You'll get it. Yeah, it's coming out of a small post office too, so it takes them a minute.
Yeah, no, and then also it's kind of a heavy. Posties are working pretty heavy right now.
Yeah, but keep me posted. Once you see it, call back in and give a review.
Yeah. Oh, of course I will. Okay, Shepard, thank you. And Beth, are you there? Bethany?
I'm here. Hello.
Oh, and he didn't mention your name on the radio.
I said my co-host.
He said my co-host.
I didn't say Bethany. I was thinking about that after I got up there. I was like, she's gonna be pissed.
Are you in Scheidel?
No, we don't worry about stuff like that. But that's weird how
you never took a breath.
Yeah, you're just in the moment. Yeah.
Yeah, George likes you, man. I think you can be. I think you can be a weekend sub. And then
thanks,
even
man.
when George passes, maybe you could fill in for him.
All right.
Because he's like,
I wanted to hear that. I'd like
All
to
right,
hear
brother.
it.
Well, thanks for the call. What was that, Beth?
I said only if he adds a co-host can he go and do that.
My friend Daniel in Germany wants to do that. I got a good friend in
I'd
Germany.
go to 3
Daniel,
scores.
Boss of Stuff, the WID podcast. And he loves Coast to Coast. And I think he would be really good at it.
The first store didn't have any cigars.
So,
at all.
Call lines are open.
I'm like,
260-217-7437. So call in if you whatever you want to talk about. But we talked about the town that doesn't care about COVID, so they're standing up for their freedom. But there's this invasion of our freedoms, our civil liberties. This pandemic's pretty much destroyed businesses, friendships, it's divided families. It goes on and on and on. There's all this crazy rhetoric about the vaccine. There's an article on NPR. It says Biden and Pence make preparations to get COVID-19 vaccine. Now, this is what I'm wondering though. And if you want to talk about this, call in, because first of all, am I really going to trust the mainstream media that these guys are going to be getting what everyone else is going to be getting?
No.
And then we have to question, what are they getting? And what is everyone else getting? We'll be back on the other side. The Shepard Umbrella Show is available on iHeartRadio and Apple Podcasts.
That's how I look at it. And why are they getting anything? Is there even a needle in that? I popped on it.
The 2020 pandemic
I'm
took
home.
most of us off guard. Our world changed. Jobs, schools, families' lives were turned upside down.
I haven't had time to make one.
Were you prepared? We're not talking about the end of the world prepping, but feeling more secure, safe, and in control of what you can control. Persurvive.com has practical tips, gear reviews, and the skills you need to know from the experts in disaster and survival planning. That's PER survive.com. Persurvive.com. Planning is everything.
Hello, Shepard Umbella's here. Don't forget to get my new film, Shackled to Silence, on DVD video today.
Hey. How's it going? Can you see me?
Yeah, dude, you are the fucking man. Don't get arrested, dude. 3 minutes.
You want to be out here?
Yeah.
You want to be out here?
Yeah.
You want to be out here?
What do you make of all this? Do you think this is going to last longer, or are they like?
Man, I think it's gonna be a long time because for one, y'all see those new gas sharks.
It reminded me of when Jason Goodman was surrounded by those operatives at the protest in New York City, the Black Lives Matter protest, and they encircled them with their bicycles. They had the nice calm gear.
People need to understand the distinction here, because Antifa was the thug arm of the communists versus the brown shirts, who were the thug army in the streets of the Nazis.
And you had introduced this idea that at the time seemed so off the wall that asteroids were in closer proximity to the Earth than ever before.
Actually, in COVID-19, this pandemic, there would be no reason to really deploy 30,000 trauma surgeons. So, in some sense, I have to say that I find that unusual.
That's a little bit of a red flag right there, that they're expecting exactly what I expect. They're expecting the Long Valley caldera to blow.
Everybody is told to put on your mask, go home, and we hope you die.
Planet X was announced by NASA in 1983. It's something that was discovered by the Navy's IRIS telescope that was specially designed as an infrared telescope.
Coronavirus is the perfect cover for Planet X. It's the isolation, it's government control, and why so many ventilators?
They're expecting a mass exodus. They're expecting mass casualties. They're expecting inhalation injuries. Why are you not going to be pushing these masks for flu one of the least death rates that flu's ever hit us with? No, they're expecting a natural disaster. They're not killing them. That's what they're expecting.
Keep your mouth shut. Don't talk to anybody. Don't get near anybody else, and keep your mask on and shut up and don't ask any questions. Why? Because they know something we don't know. You better
get your DVD copy of the film today. Go to www.shacklettosilence.com.
I can't find his last night
simply
show.
Click on the links in the description. Thank you. We hope you enjoy your feature presentation.
Damn it. I guess you gotta be a coast to coast insider.
IntelliHub.com is an independent news outlet covering a variety of topics such as politics, the economy, the surveillance state, the liberal corporate media bias, and much more. IntelliHub delivers up-to-date, groundbreaking, power-packed, and to-the-point information to daily readers worldwide, making content secure, free, and readily available via a user-friendly and streamlined website theme. Please visit IntelliHub.com for your daily news and views. That's IntelliHub.com. You can follow us on Twitter at IntelliHubNews. Remember, don't forget, go to IntelliHub.com.
He's forgotten more than most people know. If you've thought about it, he's done it. He once failed a high school course with an A+. He's Shepard and Bellis. And you are
on the radio. He was on Coast to Coast last night. Everybody keeps giving me.
All right. We're joined by my co-host,
Not that
Johnny, show. And before the break, we were talking.
He was on the radio last night being interviewed. I wanted to hear.
Biden and Pence are making preparations to get the COVID-19 vaccine, supposedly. Is this going to be the real vaccine that they give the rest of the population? Or is it going to be something different? And is it going to be
Coast to Coast AM?
Or is it going to be a real vaccine and they give the population the placebo? And vice versa. if you have an opinion on this, call in 260-217-7437. What do you think, Bethany? What do you think about that? Isn't that weird? I mean, we don't even know if they're getting the real vaccine. How could we trust it?
Yeah, like I said, you can't, it's always trust the science. You can't rush science and you can't rush medicine. We'll have Dr. Urso on Thursday to weigh in on the vaccines too. I'm really looking forward to hearing his opinion on it, on where we're at. But they're talking now about, Moderna coming out with one. Then there's Johnson & Johnson supposed to be coming out with only one that you need to take. You only need to take one. Like, how do they know all this stuff? You can say something's fast tracked, but it doesn't mean you're doing it right.
Right.
There were so many corners cut and this is your health. This is your body. My body, my choice. Where are all the feminists? I wish they'd wake up and start, cheering for that and doing some protests for that. What happened to all that? My body, my choice.
Oh yeah. We were talking about invasion of everything is kind of like the show theme today, but I don't know if anyone's noticed that there's a lot of people that are relocating, especially like out of California, almost as if they're burning them out. But there's an article on CNBC.com that says people are migrating to these cities amid COVID. And it says that Elon Musk has confirmed that he moved to Austin, Texas from California. And we all know that,
guns.
Joe Rogan has relocated to Austin, Texas. So this Austin seems to be a hot spot. They're saying Phoenix is number 2. Nashville, Tennessee is number 3. Tampa, Florida is the number 4 stop place for COVID evacuations to relocate to. Jacksonville, Florida, number 5. Charlotte, North Carolina, number 6. Dallas, Texas, 7. Denver, Colorado, 8. Las Vegas, 9. And Charleston, South Carolina comes in at number 10. I don't know. I guess a lot of people are leaving the West Coast. It seems like a push. This is talked about in my film Shade, or Shackled to Silence, my new one. Because basically, it looks like they've managed to do some sort of controlled push to actually create people to exodus or evacuate parts of the Northwest, the West Coast, and California. And that's just what it looks like. A lot of people are in agreement with that.
Well,
why are they driving people out of there? That's what we got to worry about. I don't know. I'm looking at some headlines right here. One of them says Trump's chaos made America a sitting duck for cyber attacks. The latest Russia-linked hack. Just a wake-up call.
I'm waiting to see if one pops up.
I don't know. We were talking about this, Bethany, yesterday. The potential for cyber attacks, because this is another way they could do an invasion. Or our country with a major cyber attack or an EMP, electromagnetic pulse. They could disable a lot of systems, shut things down, wreak havoc. Are we moving toward an era in which we're going to see cyber attacks? Bethany, I know you probably want to weigh in on this. Like, what's the chance that in the next year we will see a major cyber attack to where say like a power plant gets shut down or something substantial. Do you think that's a possibility?
Probably not
I do.
a big thing
I
to
think
worry
there's
about.
several possibilities. The callers, they weigh in on that too. And there's so many different theories as to what could be next. And they all sound legitimate to me, which I think they're getting us from all sides. I've been, thinking that for a very long time. It's, as one of the callers said, the New World Order, I hate to even use this term in reference to them, but they knew what they were doing. I mean, they're quote unquote genius, because I just went to the grocery store across the street because we're supposed to get to up to 2 feet of snow.
Holy.
Starting Wednesday, ending Thursday. They're calling for up to 2 feet.
Mary,
Yeah.
Mother of Jesus.
Yeah, holy is he. Maybe he's got a little surprise for the New World Order. He's going to snow them all in.
Yeah, no, that's
in their underground bunkers. There'll be a sheet of ice. They can't get out. You never know. But, God has given reprieves to many nations, over thousands of years. But I'm just thinking about this idea of like Chinese troops going, this deal that people are talking about that Obama and Biden made with China, and gave them three of those states, Oregon, Washington, and California. That's one of the
he was
theories.
talking.
And that there's troops on the border. Maybe that's why they didn't give a shit when Chaz became, or Chad,
No link,
whatever
though.
the name of that little town was they tried to put together.
That theory, I mean, it's like, it could be a possibility, I guess. I mean, the country's so blown out. We owe so much debt.
From what I see, there's
someone could come collect on their debt. And
trains
take
full
some
of
that,
Chinese
or there's,
equipment sitting
I know
on the
there's
border
foreign
in
trade zones.
Canada at the moment.
The California InfoWare was talking.
I don't know. I'm not there. I can't look.
We're gonna go to Benito. Let's see what he has to say today. Benito, my man, what do you want to talk about?
Can you hear me good?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Because I got a new earpiece just for you guys.
Oh shit! Nice.
Y'all were talking about people moving around here over here in West Texas.
Pretty good.
Live at, man. I've known
like a sleigh ride.
The last couple of years.
Yeah.
So many people from other states, license plates. This is a pretty good place. I believe that
No, Pollyanna.
separate
They're
people around according to
planning
scripture.
on invading when the
And,
Crown Vatican
and a lot
tells
of people
them
are
to.
moving away from the West Coast, East Coast, even the back coast. I got family in Houston.
It's been going on for
Texas,
years.
and,
This is
I keep
got
trying to tell
anything to
them
do with
they
Trump
get
or
away
Biden.
from the coast. And I believe
Thanks,
that,
Ed.
how the scriptures talk about how God will save his own, but he will let the evil ones be destroyed. And there has been dreams of other people that I've listened to that God would direct missiles and put together all the evil people.
How does that
Probably
even
would
make
never
sense?
Consider to come to God and let them
The country of
destroy
China
people,
mobilizes
things
an
like that.
entire
But,
army
if it wasn't for Christians,
over the U.S. election.
this world would have already been destroyed. But because it's Christians
Quietly, subvertly over
that belong to
years.
God, and there's going to be others that are going to come to Him. This world is balanced, and without the
Yes,
Christians,
that's
this world would
exactly
not
what
be
I said.
balanced. And all you were just, all you got to do is look at the Old Testament, and look at history.
I don't believe so.
The things that
No,
happened back then, and
that's something else.
so a lot of people are moving around, and I think
We got a lot to go on here, Pollyanna. Don't worry, it's going to get shitty, crazy. Fucking everybody's going to be freaking out, and I'm just going to be sitting here with a chill magnet talking about.
Bethany?
I'm here, Chef.
Look at these
Can you hear me?
fools beating
Yeah,
themselves
they,
up
they
over
didn't
this
like
stupid
that.
shit.
They blew Benito out.
When the aliens come down and start talking, understand this. They just making a regime change.
Yeah,
He's talking too
but
much
you know what?
Bible. They don't like
Yeah. But you know what? One thing he was saying is he thinks that
I ain't having it.
God is displacing people to certain places, basically. A shuffle, he called it. That was interesting.
Yeah, that's another theory. I mean, there's so many different ways, which way till Friday, if that makes sense. That saying, I think that's what the saying is. But anyway.
Let's see if we can get him. Benito,
yeah,
are you back? Hello. Uh-oh. You better take the earpiece back. Wherever you got the earpiece, take it back.
It's already got surveillance in it.
CIA's got
They didn't like it. They did. They disappeared him from the call. Poor Benito.
Open lines 260-217.
He fighting with his headset. He got a brand new headset and they hung up on him. Poor Benito.
On the conversation. What about snow and weather, real quick, invading our lives?
Why do you think Biden's any more of their boy than Trump?
All of a sudden here it's real cold. We got frost on the ground. It was snowing the other day. You're expecting a bunch of snow, right?
Trump just gave the same look. Biden only gave the Saudis $100 billion when he was vice president with Obama. Trump here gave 400 billion bullets to the very same enemy and bragged about it as if he saved the economy for 6 months on mainstream news while everybody's, yay, Trump, yay, for saving my... He got paid to this day $22 million for the $400 billion he saved the U.S. economy for 6 months with. How does that even add up? We haven't been in a conflict since Trump's been in office, right? That's because they don't call genocide fucking conflict. We've been committing genocide openly in Yemen since week 2. Congress has ordered him out 3 times. We're still there to this day, murdering young children that everybody's posting up on their Facebook. Please help the children of Yemen. That's your president and that's your political parties. Who's who again? And who's their friend? China, the billionaire businessman that has factories and shit over in China? That guy that's in the office right now?
It's just blows my mind, Shep. Like, I'm not that cool of a person. I'm not that, like...
You know how you upset a nation? You give them a little Trump card and you fucking make them love it. And then you take it away.
Yeah.
The electoral chooses the presidency, not you.
I mean, everybody's
the corporation does,
about things,
not you.
But it's like...
There was no voter fraud because the voters have no voice.
All those people honestly think the masks work. And it boggles my mind.
China gets their money printed from the same UK bank. You know, the UK just handed China Hong Kong back in my lifetime.
Your whole mask round, and now you're going to go and touch the oranges, pick one up, squeeze it, put it back. You know,
no, they're not puppets at all. They're different than Trump.
Like
Trump's different than everybody else.
It's just asinine.
Whew. See,
just common
that's
sense,
why we're doing.
Especially by now. I mean, here's my question, Shep. The numbers are going up. The numbers are going up. Well, if masks are so effective and they can't dare blame it on the minute amount of people that are not wearing them, you're telling me one person in a grocery store filled with 100 people, it's me that's causing the contagion.
It is. It's all
it doesn't
you
make sense.
And your non-mask wearing self.
So effective, then why? And they'll go, because
giraffe face.
Don't wear masks. There's not enough of us, damn it. I wish there were more.
I just beauty.
Yeah. No, I think the same thing, and I watch it go on all day long.
It's all bullshit. The fucking virus is bullshit. The vaccine is what's gonna do the work.
I guess this Fight Club this Fight Club that got busted in New York. I guess they moved to Florida.
Fight Club. There's you a giraffe, a baby giraffe. They're chilling. He's ready to be ill with a cup. We gotta make a cup.
Schools recruit parents, bus drivers to babysit classrooms. Teacher shortage compounds COVID crisis.
Uh-oh. Compounding mysteriously, I'll bet. I bet you it's a fucking mystery.
It's got society.
Why it's compounded?
Turned upside down. I mean, it really does. And it's again worldwide. We've talked about this before. It's just every day is like, okay, what am I going to get up to? How much further is this going to go? You know.
Did you know there's a 311-mile-an-hour car called Venom F5, and it's
I understand the rhetoric.
311. Motor Authority report.
That's
Hennessy Venom. Cost $2.1 million.
some funny shit.
You would race it that fast.
I saw that coming with the brown shirts and the fucking, you know, all that analyticals that
How much did you say it was?
we heard the other day.
2.1 is crazy. We're gonna go to Brittany real quick, and then I'm gonna go back to Benito.
Well,
Brittany, how's it going?
Regardless of who or what, the presidency is decided on by the Electoral College.
Brittany?
That's the one vote you don't have by law. That's openly told on news every damn election period. They even had news reports about the Electoral College this year.
What
Just
was
like every year.
Benito was talking about religion.
Electoral College.
Scripture, yeah. No.
Well, both of them are already been in there, and both of them sucked, and nobody's in jail.
Here when we get
The
back.
kids are
We're
still
probably
missing.
an hour today. I got a lot to do today.
And we're in an actual a plague. A plague. We're in lockdown for a plague that nobody sees. Nobody can see it. Every now and again, your neighbor might get sick with the fucking flu, and then they nail it COVID, but they end up coming back home if they don't get on the ventilator. This is fucking insanity. At best. I wish I could find Shepard's fucking radio show last night. Not the one with me on it. Everybody keeps bringing me, like I'm not on his webpage and can't find it. I can't navigate the web. I can't find a radio show that played last night. I'm sure it's somewhere. Fuck. Oh my god. So we're gonna go back to the pantheon of peril over here in the art of Persia. I've already seen this one though. Not my favorite. Let's see if anybody else is throwing anything up today. Oh, you know who had something up? Something new. No, we listened to that already. It wasn't. Good God. We got a timeline world history over here. Roman River Fort Crossing. All right, we gotta hear this one. Roman bullshit.
Where we're getting to grips with what we think might be the remains of 3 Roman bridges in the River Tees. But while most of us have our eyes firmly fixed on what's happening on the riverbeds down here, over here, what looks like a breakaway.
You had a phone call. How dare you?
Appears to be opening a trench in a field even more
That's
bizarrely
it.
is
I'm fixing my brick.
Hey John, where are we on this geophysics then?
I think we've got a little rectangular building here.
Yeah.
It's on a different alignment to the fort. So we're going from the middle, across the wall, possible picture outside.
I have two big questions about this. Firstly, why are we activating this little field when the river's actually about 200 meters in that direction? But secondly, and probably more importantly, what on earth is Mick Aston doing here? Mick wasn't scheduled to be on this dig. Ben's in charge, not you. You don't like Roman archaeology, yet you wheedled your way into it.
Yeah, well, it's because
He wendled his way into it.
And we've done quite a lot of sites in this area already. And I'm interested in where this fits in to the overall picture, because we're very near Standard, which is a big prehistoric complex. And we're in the Tees Valley where we've got Gainford and Barnard Castle from the medieval period.
You give homeboy a hard time for being there. That's funny shit. All right, no, what? Oh yeah, I remember what.
But Ben, you're interested.
Definitely interested. Right. Yeah. And the reason why we're here is because there's been a lot of excavation around this rich, wonderful town here. You know, you just feel the weight of a huge amount of excavation. But it's all taken place over there to the east. Loads of buildings, some sort of village-like settlement over there.
All right, we're warming the kiln up again.
Haven't we got a small village? Just
the giraffe is finished.
Much larger, something like a small town.
Mick, do you think whatever we
Down
find
in the
here
basement.
might help us illuminate what's going on down at the river?
Thank you,
Yeah, I think
dog.
so. I mean, this has never been looked at. Well, it hasn't been, no, except for this morning with you, didn't it? Yeah, so we don't know what's here.
What we do, we're starting to get a really exciting picture. I think. We've surveyed it magnetically. You can see the corner of the fort. It shows really clearly. And then we've got a massive anomaly extending across the field.
Do you think all this here might
Yeah, no indoor eating and thank you, Polly. No indoor eating. They got people going home at 10 o'clock. You can run around all day, but at 10 o'clock, when everybody's usually at home, they got you at a curfew. Nothing that's going on makes any fucking sense.
We've opened our first two trenches here.
You know, somehow, when smallpox was going on and the bubonics and all the black deaths, and I don't think people were standing around talking about, is this real? Are people, you know, I mean, they had carts rolling around with dead people in it, towing them around downtown because and just stacking them, burning the bodies and shit. I ain't seeing none of that shit. I mean, every now and again, somebody that somebody knows or somebody knows got a COVID. And if you look at the CDC flu fucking results for this and last year, non-existent, man. Nobody got the flu. It's like very low, very odd flu season. Nobody's getting it. Everybody died in COVID. Bullshit. Everybody's getting the flu as usual. It's fucking sickening watching people line up for a fucking flu vaccine that they rushed through 5 years early. Oh, not to mention, the ones that they tested for that 5 fucking years of legal fucking CDC, legal fucking testing any new drug, gotta go through fucking hoops and loops. They skipped every fucking one of those. But every one of the fucking vaccines that's gone through that kills people and causes all kinds of fucking problems. But this one's okay. This one's going to get us back to normal.
Good news is we found
Well, if you're going to vote for your sheriff and make sure he knows how to use a gun and understand what your rights are as far as you see them. Because as far as I see them, you ain't got none. I ain't got none. Anymore, we let them go. It really is, Robert. And I swear to God, I'm just pointing out the obvious, the sorely obvious, sickeningly sorely obvious. Cool. Hopefully there was one in existence. And I'm just inept as fuck. Thank you, Kat. Yeah, and it's not just the American politics. It's the global politics. It's the global politics. They're owned. 180 nations are owned by the Crown Vatican DC Corporation. It's not just American politics. If Russia and China are doing anything, it's because the fucking Crown Vatican told them to do so. And they did. The UK, just 50 years ago, handed over Hong Kong to China. I mean, wasn't that long ago. They were in there killing the Chinese. And India, over in India, they had India forever, and South Africa, all these places, Australia, everywhere, the globe. Look around, the globe, the entire fucking globe. The Vatican is all up in Russia. Look at Russia. Just look at Russia. It's like an extension of the Vatican. It's fucking crazy. Yeah, from what I saw last night, we got trains of troops sitting actively right now on the border. So that means if that's true, they're ready to move. So he got sick from the flu shot. That's typical, actually. A lot that is typical. That's a typical response from the flu shot. They'll tell you you're going to get sick, but it's not going to be as bad as the regular flu. It's like, why the fuck am I going to let you stick me in the arm to make me sick when I might not even get the regular flu? Shit. How you doing, Dana? He just went home yesterday. It's too bad he got that shot. I wonder if he's going to get it again.
Yeah. So you never know where you're not. In the meantime, Ben for the story up in the escarpment overlooking outside. This is where we might find this.
I've seen that exact result from the flu shot every time somebody talks about getting it. I got sick. My brother got sick. Everybody got sick. Everybody got the flu shot. They got sick. I didn't. I stay away from that shit. You come out with that shit every year. That's scary. And 3/4 of the time, they'll tell you, well, it was the wrong strain too. It was the wrong strain of flu, so it's not going to be very effective. Good to hear, Dana. Stay healthy. Eat blueberries. Turn up kill a little bit.
So at the end of our day one, have we got 3 Roman bridges? Have we got the roads leading up to them? Well, there's our hotel. It'll be easy. Yeah, here's this, and have the answer. Imagine
Telling your kids, learn how we're changing the future of plastic and reuse plastic bottles.
Well, our death rate has fallen because nobody's having crashes or wrecks or anything. You know what I mean? It's the actual death rate has fallen. We're supposed to be dying over here of a plague. The only plague coming is one they're giving it a shot. And making backtrack apologies about how they had to rush the vaccine because Russians were rushing, the Chinese were rushing, and were beating the Russians who were rushing. And we had to rush because everybody was rushing. COVID is a virus that can stay dormant up to 20 years in your nervous system, come back out and make you sick again. And we're just going to tell you, we thought it was dormant, we thought it was dead. Turns out it's dormant. Oops. Now everybody's dead. And who isn't? Got neurological damage in their gut. Now they're not very meek.
Paving to consolidate the riverbed beneath, with stone abutments on top to support the superstructure. It's impressive. So since we don't have a date for it, we don't yet know how.
Which process? The public process? Or the process that happens behind closed doors? Because those are two different processes.
So John was up there to find out. Sadly, no.
Oh, they said he had COVID, but he got the flu vaccine and it made him sick.
John thinks he's located here. Big Roman trunk road ran all the way to our side from York.
Not the ability. Yeah. Me either, probably.
Meantime, we're still trying to find a road on the north bank that ran down to Penn Bridge here.
So they blamed his illness on COVID then. Okay. Huh. Well, like I said, nobody got the flu this year. Even those who got sick from the flu shot apparently got COVID.
But even if we can't find it, Stuart thinks he found another road running down to Penn Bridge back on the other side.
Only an hour? Yeah, it was. He cut that one short. Now I'm sitting here wishing I could listen to Coast to Coast.
Where we've got the streamline across the river, where there's timbers in the river.
This is terrific. John may have picked up here street on here.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. That they're classifying absolutely everything as COVID, and they haven't even broke this COVID down in protein that I've ever seen.
Well, for that, we need a tree.
They've never tested for a specific protein off of this specific virus. They test for general COVID antibodies. 80% of the population, I made a video, I'm not going to. 80% of the fucking population's always got a COVID virus antibody in their body. Always. At all times. 80% of the global population has a COVID antibody of some sort. Always. Thank you, Kat. That's my whole throw out there, Pollyanna. They've been working on this. On the same premise that they work on everything else, that nobody will look up any damn thing. And all you gotta do is look it up. All that information's there. They even said that the flu vaccine isn't going to get you any protection from the COVID. They publicly said that. I know I heard it myself. I'm not exactly a big fan of their shit. Ugh. Myself.
So once they've done drop now we know west as well. So I'm thinking something approaching a small town now. You've got to think of those. This is great. We've now got convincing evidence that this settlement is 100 years older and twice the size that was previously thought. Finding 3 bridges here is starting to make more sense. Meanwhile, still
Oh, you got me a link? Awesome. Thank you, Kat.
up on the escarpment, we were meant to find this. Something on the highway. This is the problem. What are you going to do? What I'm hoping to look more. Right out on holiday gifting, us too. Neat push, the bottom of the day, save you time, quality, and money. Not to mention, it's under $100. It's the food tech gift for anyone who food, which is everyone. Down in the river,
It wants me to log in, and it's going to charge me to be a member. So, fuck that. I found that one. Thank you, though. Seriously, fuck that shit. Good night, Kat. I ain't paying no money to fucking coast to coast. You know, George Norrie is the first fucking celebrity I ever gave the fucking turning moon to. And you heard the result of that on Daz of the Cameraman. Linda Moulton Howe said she was an amateur astronomer and she would have noticed. And it was impossible. She sounded like Daz almost. No, it's cool. That's the only link I had to it too. And they wanting to charge you money to be a member, to even listen to it. I'll wait until it shows up free, I guess, or I'll go without. All right. It'd probably be out next month. Yeah, this whole I don't know why anyone would trust these people. Any of them. I don't know why anybody would trust them at any point in time. After what I've seen in my life, I can't fucking believe we still have this system, and we're still pointing fingers at people. I can't believe they've got everybody that fooled. But here we are.
It's been another stormy day. But archaeology coming at us from all sides. Does that make sense? What's really all our painstaking well, you've got to take it right. That's right. Pretty good.
thought overnight, and they come up with a solution. As they know how to afford. Let's just make it even more complicated.
I think it's actually helped a lot. Look, we've got the river here. There's still space with the early court. Now we can move back in line. I mean, we've got a whole series of buildings. These white conglomerates, clearly buildings. I mean, they're considered to be...
Yeah, I mean, this is the research outside the court, isn't it?
But these buildings clearly sat on top of these. So how early is this? That's the important thing to find out. And I think that we could have simply sent across one of those ditches if we published whether it's community or whether it's part of the early school.
Look, I don't understand why they're so interested in these pictures. What's so important about them? It goes back to the whole idea that all these structures in the river, with the roads, the bridges, the field, those the early Roman period. And there's been many attempts around it to find it. And there's not a succeeded in finding it, and I got the places for it. And so if these ditches here were military, it might mean that that is the early fort, and it's only needs to be so. It's an important thing to sort out.
It's a relatively simple exercise to establish whether it's a military thing. That will have straight sides and an ankle break at the bottom. So even if we haven't got dating material, we'll know if it's military.
We're still looking for the missing early fort. So we're going to put a fifth trench in here on the north bank to see if we can find it.
I have to, yeah, there's two of those sheds, also such a thing about this shed that must be in the position of the hand.
Thankfully, all the painstaking excavation over in Phil's trench has finally paid dividends.
So we are beginning to get a real impression of the layout of this body in the grave. Trenches 4 foot in old money, wide. So I guess the skeleton, the body would be somewhere between what, 4 and 5 foot tall.
Nothing, isn't it? Yeah.
From the length of the skeleton, the bracelet and coin found next to it, we think this inhabitant of early Roman Piersbridge was likely to have been a young woman. And as it was the custom to bury people alongside roads, we're convinced there was a road somewhere nearby, even if we haven't found it with our trench. Yesterday afternoon, for I think the first time in 17 years at Time Team, I asked a contributor a question about the archaeology, and he absolutely refused to give me an answer. The guilty party was Mick Worthington, our dendrochronologist, and I wanted him to date one of the wooden supports of the bridge in the river. You had processed the data research, and you'd also asked to make your laboratory to process it. Can you come up with a date? What time? Well, you covered all the data over with this our phone. Can you come over the date?
No. In that, there was a conversation between two dendrochronologists, and this is interesting going to look at that. In the river, I've only found 2 pieces of wood which are suited for dendrochronology. Yeah. They have more different and and 2 of those are multiple and they do not match each other. And neither of them match any of the references. That's the reason why.
And we're not going to get one?
No.
Hang on, this is disastrous. If we can't get dates from the bridges, we've got no chance of telling the story of this place. On top of that, our radar survey hasn't worked either.
Nothing on this is done that. And the problem is that there's so many big boulders down there. The energy's hitting those, bouncing back up off them, and we're not getting the kind of time to that.
Yeah, so the energy is into the radar as well, but it's about the energy of the river as well. It's transported all those boulders, bringing them up to the bottom, and it stops us from looking at the air. It looks like the mystery of the bridges will remain unresolved. Although there is one small glimmer of hope on this start. Thanks for that, thanks for that.
Yes, we have. I mean, we found what we came to look for. We've got our rainbow.
It's really vivid in the landscape,
it looks fantastic. And actually, we have our pictures on the other side. We've got one there and one over there.
Of course, this street, goes flat bang to Middle Bridge, isn't it? Exactly. And that's what my focus is, because that's when the Roman concept, 100 years ago.
The big Roman Christians of the North in the 70s and early 80s AD.
Terrific, we found Pearson. But still, it lines up exactly with our middle bridge here. So we think they must have been constructed at the same time, in the late 1st century AD. But we still haven't resolved the other big mystery that brought us here. Why so many religious objects were found in the river?
It does seem to me that we've got millions of meditation. We've got puzzle about finding at the bottom of the river. Some of it just been dropped by thinking that we're supposed to do it.
This is so true about people in the case. As I said before, we're taken inside the spot and we're placed on the bottom of the river. It's not really thrown off the road. They're really tiny pieces.
You can see that the Roman this kind of some of the mystery cases written by people who were there at the time. Particularly younger, describe the mystery and talk about how they thought there was a kind around the god and other deities, and they put their logic in around the tomb. But what obviously got there is what's left from what was in and around the tomb on an island like the Isle.
Why do people have literally deposited a hand or an empty note?
And I don't think they were putting their hands in the something on their own. I think they probably could take it from some factory. There's lots of the way now, and that's what we've got left of them.
But we do because there are some people that stick in the optics that were kept
That Imperial probe drone.
Well, some of them.
The big black one is shooting at everybody all the time. That and R2 to the horn. That.
Well, if it was nice to have our medical information,
I think they would get the certainty that the non-history rodents would have been approved because it was only approved to work with Dr. Jerome Long. And that's the reminder that in Dr. World District, because you are right at the northern Britain, you will have good doctors of their own mind.
We now think there was once an island in the middle of the river before it was washed away by floodwater. On this island, there were a series of shrines where people made offerings to the river gods before crossing over one of the bridges and continuing on their journey. Finally resolving the find mystery is fantastic, but we're still looking for our missing early port. Sadly, there's no sign of a retrenched tribe, so what we have done vividly illustrates how these figures were used.
Look, that one road surface down there, is earlier than that road surface there, because in between it, you've got that band of sand. So that sand goes under the road. Absolutely. So that shows that there are two road surfaces. They whole thing's been relayed and reused. That's the thing, heading down to crossing the river. Absolutely. You see, when you look at it on the geophysics, this is the old one, the road one that we've actually excavated there. Yeah. Now, if you know that this is a roadway, then this is most likely a roadway. Joining up to it up there, then this one also becomes a roadway, joining up there. And you know it's probably this one as well. Yeah? It looks to me as well as if it's the sort of width that you might have a pack horse and carriers rather than a loaded car. Well, actually, I mean, in the middle there, you can actually see it is hollowed in. It's more heavily worn in the middle there. Yeah. And I mean, it's visual. Yeah. People coming up and down this road. Down to the bridge.
To reach the middle bridge, we think people had to descend a steep slope using one of the curving roads Phil found in his trench. A tantalising glimpse of daily life here. It's been an enthralling 3 days, and contrary to all expectations, we've even managed to get a true rebate for Ben's Bridge, using a sample obtained by our local divers shortly after he finished digging. The results indicate it was built sometime between 40 BC and 85 AD, so we're almost certain this is the oldest bridge. Welcome, Bob, asked us here. Oh, Felix, right? Yeah. The first one was how come they saw literally thousands of small Roman fires out of that little stretch of the city. How many did you see that? Something like 2,000 objects and 1,040 points. It's a treasure trove, isn't it? It's absolutely superb. And I think what was now come to conclusion that these things weren't just lobbed in the river, they were carefully placed
in these shifting islands, in these fields, as deliberate offerings, either on your journey up to the north, the military zone, or perhaps honouring the river itself.
And what about the other riddle of the river there? Well, we think Rolf and Bob were right. The first of three bridges built here was prehistoric, and probably repaired later using Roman culture. The second bridge was built by the Roman army in their big push north during the late 1st century AD, by which time there was a settlement already here on the north bank. And when that bridge collapsed, a stone replacement was built further downriver, probably around the same time as the 3rd century fort. How long have you been down there? Been down here for 19 years. You're going to be able to pack up now, aren't you? We've solved all the problems.
No, I think we've got another 22 years on us yet. Hi everyone, welcome to Timeline Document. This is probably what I want to tell you about my new history channel. It's called History. It's like the Netflix for history. It's got hundreds of documentaries on there and interviews with some of the world's best people. And you stuff all the people brainstorming on this, on the few remaining moments of bombs for a show about the damn that we made in 1943. If you want to know more about history or the information, like the global video, or search online for history, and make sure you use the code HOME. It's special. It's about free. Now enjoy this show.
Here on Time Food, we like those countries where things once stood, with big holes in the ground, piece together the evidence, and use our imagination to work out how they would look, not today. Welcome to Montreal in Jersey. Traveling 4 countries for hundreds of years, played a little known but crucial role in the defense of not just Channel Islands, but the whole of Great Britain. Although it's been studied for centuries, this place has still got its secret here under this bumpy lawn, but also right up there. We've got just 3 days to unlock them. Let's hope we can make it. It is only Christmas each day. Montreal, Jersey's oldest castle, its high overstory harbour protected on 3 sides by the sea. Built on a steep granite bluff, it guards not only the beaches of western Jersey, but also the coast to the Channel Islands from France. Entering the castle, you pass through a formidable corridor of gates and courtyards, overlooked all the way by arrow slits, gun platforms, and battlements. It was never supposed to be easy to get in. But it's the natural defense of the terrain that really goes forth between the two, eh?
That's a serious one.
Yeah.
But it's more difficult than I was expecting.
It's the first time you guys have done this between the different undulating ground.
Undulating? Everybody 5,000 quid worth of care. Anybody does it. Not on the float of the
It's not till you get right up here at the top of the castle that you begin to appreciate why it was quite so important strategically. Look, you can see not only the beaches and the coastline, but way over there on the horizon, that is France. Helen, location, location, location.
That's what it's all about, absolutely. Because this is the closest thing this castle to France. We may be 100 miles from the coastline of the UK, but we're only 14 miles from France. So that's what this place, the heart of politics, the most important place in our history.
Well, why are we here, Molly? Well, there are a number of mysteries about this castle that we want solved. Although we've got this great stone structure all around us, and we know quite a lot about it, there are bits of innocence.
Mr. Reynolds, you've been working on this site for 30 years. Surely you must have cracked the mystery by now.
Well, that's true. I'm not sure. There's a lot to do. There's still areas where we just need to know that about the bits of the castle that have been demolished and lost over the years.
What would you like to do?
I'd like you to and come over here and look over the wall and look down to the green there below. That's Castle Green has got earthwork, much something, and clearly there are structures down there. Now, that area is unexplored. We know nothing about archaeology and almost nothing about historic. And if we look at this plan, which shows the outline of the castle as we understand it in the 2nd century, we are very unsure about the north side.
This uncertainty at the north end of the castle is due to the later addition of the grand battery and a Somerset tower. Most of fortifications built in the 16th century that would have obliterated any earlier structures. We'll have to closely examine these foundation ruins, looking for clues in their makeup in order to find evidence of the 13th century walls and towers to complete Warwick's early castle plan.
Helen, why should we be so interested in this period of the castle's history? It's because when this castle was built in the 13th century, that's just the point where England has lost its land to France. So this place is now on the front line of one of the major power struggles of Europe. So this is what King John? It is, that's right, yes. King John, he was famous for getting everything wrong and losing all the power to France.
But in order to find out more about that, our guys are going to have to do some pretty tricky work, aren't they? Our efforts will be concentrated on the bumpy lawn of Castle Green and on the steep slopes under the formidable north and west walls. It's a relatively simple task, but with one enormous problem: the extreme terrain. Leading the hunt for the 13th century walls is the intrepid GF-15, but it's slow going. With GF struggling to get results, Phil's been looking for another way to start the investigation, and he's found a small, visible section of wall.
What I want to do, Rankshaw, is we've put a trench in here. We've got what looks like a wall. Yeah. And it's a wall that runs right the way along. And at the back of it, we've actually got the main wall of the Tudor castle. The question is, does the Tudor wall sit on this wall? If that Tudor wall is sitting on the top of that wall there, the Tudor one is later, this one has to be earlier. What we're hoping is it might be the 13th century wall. It doesn't have to be. All we can say is it will be earlier than the Tudor. The crucial thing about the dating is if we can identify any of the original mortar. And so that's why we've put it in here. It's the place where these two walls come together.
John, you know how much we love to wind you up, but I think we've really surpassed ourselves getting into GFS that slow.
Yeah, I mean, I think the scariest thing for me is seeing Jimmy in that harness. There's lots of health and safety issues. We need to do it properly.
Yeah.
So it's taking time. It's going to be a while before we get the results from that area.
So you've moved down here now?
Yeah, I mean, this is more my sort of territory, nice flat lawn.
And this is likely to be associated with the castle anyway, either in its earlier phases or perhaps ancillary buildings associated with it.
Yeah, but Mick, you're not a castle sort of bloke. I can't imagine that the reason that you want to come down here is simply just this is part of the castle.
No, I think there's a lot of possibilities that there's something earlier down here as well. I mean, if you mentally strip all that stone castle off the top there, you've got a promontory sticking out into the sea, which is likely to be the sort of thing that would be an Iron Age promontory, a prehistoric promontory, in which case through here you might have ditches and banks cutting off that promontory.
So we might get something that's even earlier than the castle itself.
I think that's highly likely, yeah.
Geophys is now well underway on the very promising Castle Green, but meanwhile, up on the slope, Phil is just putting in our first trench. I wonder what he'll find. I can't wait to get up there myself. Maybe after lunch. Welcome back to the fantastic Montague Castle here in Jersey. This isn't a bad day like this, is it? Our archaeologists are already underway up on that slope, excavating behind those trees. But down here on the Castle Green, John, you've got some Geophys for us.
Yeah. We were saying earlier, it's a fantastic area to survive.
Yeah.
The problem is the results aren't that clear.
I'll be back later.
Well,
I'm going to shower and
it's really
some
close
dinner.
to the surface. The electric currents aren't going into the ground. Having said
I'll be
that,
back.
we've got
I got a lot of work
You've
to
got
do.
some big black blobs there, haven't you?
Yeah, I mean, that's on this higher bit of ground here.
Yeah.
Then you can see this green of grass.
Have
I'm
a
just
good
wondering
one,
whether
y'all.
there's a ditch coming through here before we get onto this higher ground.